morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I know when I wake up on Sunday mornings and I step into this studio, I'm always looking at where the story goes next.
Hello everyone, I'm Major Garrett. Welcome to a special edition of America Decides from the final night of the Republican National Convention right here in downtown Milwaukee. Fiserv Forum is the arena. As you well know, former President Trump will formally accept the Republican Party's nomination here tonight. That is historic. We should remember this. It's never happened in the history of the Republican Party. The same person accepting the nomination 3 consecutive presidential cycles. Former President Trump will make that Republican Party history tonight. He's also going to, of course, deliver a speech. And that speech is expected to have a different tone and different sense of reflection following the attempted assassination attempt on former President Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania, Saturday evening. Republicans, I can tell you, here in Milwaukee, they're reveling in the possibilities in this election get put together by former President Trump at the top, and Ohio Republican Senator 39-year-old J.D. Vance, presidential nominee. President Biden, stark contrast, forced to cancel campaign events as he deals with a diagnosis of COVID, which is now 1 day old. Oh, and on top of that, a divide that is spilling out in full public view within the Democratic Party about the future of Biden's re-election campaign, whether it should continue. Also, more bad news for Biden and Harris. CBS News polling that shows for the first time President Trump with a 5 percentage point lead nationally over President Biden and Kamala Harris. I want to start our coverage this evening with our Caitlin Huey-Burns, who is on the podium position overlooking the big stage here in Milwaukee. Caitlin, take it away.
Great to be with you on this final night in Milwaukee, Major. I am at that podium position, which means that I am going to be standing just to the right of Donald Trump when he comes here to officially accept his party's nomination. And I can tell you, for a party that has been struggling for the past 8 years to kind of figure out its identity, it has fully come to terms with the idea that this is Donald Trump's party. Donald Trump is coming here tonight not only to accept the nomination for the 3rd time, as you mentioned, making history, but he's coming here as a survivor of an assassination attempt just a few days ago. And when you talk to Republicans here, they almost can't believe how this is all coming together. And they keep referencing that photo that we saw emerge from Butler, Pennsylvania, of the former president standing back up. That has been a theme here, a theme to try to unite the party and also appeal to those voters who have been resistant to perhaps come along with them. And delegates here tonight also believe this is the starkest contrast yet to President Biden, who, as you mentioned, is sidelined on the campaign because of COVID.
And Caitlin, what do you have in terms of expectations for Trump's speech this evening with about a minute to go?
Well, we know that he has rewritten the speech from what he originally intended, and his family members have been telling us and telling CBS News that he has been changed by the events that happened on Saturday evening. So that should be reflected in his remarks tonight. Every time that Trump has entered this arena, the crowd has been rapt, of course, but he has yet to speak in front of them. So they are eager to see what he has to say, and they were eager to have him give them assurances that this is a campaign moving forward.
Caitlin Huey-Burns from the podium position as the house band here, 6 Wire, continues to turn out the hits. Want to go to the White House, North Lawn of the White House, and catch up with our Ouija Jang, a much quieter, more possibly somber locale as the Biden White House and the re-election campaign contemplate its future. Ouija, catch us up not only on the diagnosis of COVID, but the future of the campaign.
Well, Major, it's quiet in the public sense, but privately, the campaign and the White House are scrambling to push back against multiple reports now that President Biden is either open to the idea of resigning or that he is cuddling with his team and getting closer to making that decision. And so the split screen, to me, Major, is what is so notable. Here, on the one hand, you have the Republican Party unifying behind Donald Trump in a way that we have not seen. You even have Nikki Haley coming out, speaking on the main stage. The second half of that screen is prominent Democrats, including leadership on Capitol Hill, calling for their presumptive Democratic nominee to leave the race. So I only imagine what will happen when the RNC wraps and, it is more space for these calls to happen. But I think it's really important, as you continue to stress, as we should, every time we talk about this, that this decision is the president's alone to make. And even though he is sidelined with COVID, in a new interview out today, he said that he is staying in the race, and he insisted that his age is an asset. So he is recovering, as you mentioned, in Rehoboth Beach at his beach house with mild symptoms of COVID and continuing his role as president of the United States, certainly not candidate because he isn't anywhere except by himself in Rehoboth.
Weijia Jiang at the White House, thank you so very much. I want to turn back to the convention and the convention floor where we find our Ed O'Keefe. Ed.
Major, welcome back for the fourth night. It is the finale of this convention, which means the flair has gotten a bit better. You have things like this lovely headdress here, but the one I've been waiting for, and it's finally materialized. Stay with me here. We are in Wisconsin, right? So they brought their cheese heads with them tonight. There's a big anticipation for this speech from the former president, who they'd like to make the future president again. We expect to see most, if not all, of his family tonight, right? And I'm curious to see sort of the reaction to what the Trump team tells us is going to be a more emotional, sort of unifying message from the former president, and how that resonates here in a hall that's full of veteran convention goers, people who've been coming since the 90s, in some cases the late 1970s, but also those newer MAGA-rooted activists who've become big, devoted parts of this campaign and of this movement. I want to point out one other thing. Some of the best seats in the House this week have been with our friends from Nebraska. And you might ask yourself, why on earth would Nebraska get such good seats? Well, remember, there are some electoral college calculations that include exploiting the quirk in Cornhusker state law that gives out electoral seats, or electoral college, by congressional districts. And the Omaha area district is one that both campaigns realize they may need to get to 270 in the end. So the Republicans, at least, are rewarding them with a pretty good seat in hopes that they'll go back home, work the crowds, and make sure that that congressional district stays red. Major, we'll be down here all night. No bathroom breaks tonight for us, because if we leave, we're going to lose our spot on the floor, as it's going to fill up throughout the night for Trump's big speech.
Two very important notes. We do not want Ed O'Keefe to lose his convention floor spot, and we want always to rely on him for things like the Cornhusker quirk. Ed O'Keefe, thank you so very much. Coming up, what we're expecting to hear. It's a big speech. Everyone's got expectations from former President Trump, because that speech could very well shape the rest of the 2024 campaign. That's next. You're streaming America Decides.
A Republican House and President Donald Trump will preserve the historic Trump tax cuts and eliminate taxes on tips. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will fund the police. We will rebuild our military. We will stand up to communist China. And ladies and gentlemen, we will finish the wall.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That Desired Farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
You may remember that moment. Donald Trump, 8 years ago, Cleveland, Republican National Convention. Remember, the last time Republicans had a national convention, 8 years ago. Well, tonight, former President Trump will accept officially his party's nomination for a 3rd consecutive time. I want to bring in Finn Gomez, who is our CBS News political director, for analysis. Finn, your assessment of what we should look for tonight from former President Trump.
There's a couple of things, Major, that we are expected to hear tonight from former President Trump from that podium, and one is going to be unity, an emphasis on unity. In part to draw the contrast, the sharp contrast between this party and the disarray and chaos of the other party, senior advisors have told me.
And when they say unity, do they mean Republican unity?
Republican unity, that's right, party unity. And that right now, when you look at that contrast, is something they're looking to emphasize. Also, bio. We've been hearing we heard from his his granddaughter last night. We heard from his son. It's an attempt to humanize former President Trump, attempt to show him as a grandpa, to show his personal side. We're going to hear more of that. It's going to be more presidential than we've heard former President Trump in a while, I've been told. And we may not even hear the name Joe Biden in his speech, I've also been told.
So to reach back to a phrase from another era, a kinder, gentler former President Trump?
Yes, that is the expectation. I've been talking to senior advisors all day, and that's what they're telling me. Look, the other thing that I wanted to emphasize is that there's a sense of jubilation, frankly. They feel like a sense of confidence where they are with 3 months out before the November 5th election. They see story headline after headline of the president potentially stepping down, and that for them.
And quickly, real quick on that, Finn, any thoughts they have about what the campaign changes, if at all, if there is no longer a President Biden at the top of the Democratic ticket?
Well, there is an expectation if that does happen, and that Vice President Harris would step in, right? We don't know that. We don't know that. It's very early. We don't even know if the president's going to step down.
Exactly.
But if that does happen, they are prepared. You've heard her name probably as much as you've heard Joe Biden in the past couple of days, because there is expectation that she can go to the top of the ticket.
Finn Gomez, thank you very, very much.
Absolutely.
I want to turn now to our Robert Costa, who joins us. And Robert, I understand you have some new reporting to convey about this running conversation among Democrats spilling out into full public view about whether President Biden should continue to sit at the top of the Democratic ticket and go into Chicago as the presumptive nominee, specifically related to former President Obama. What can you tell us?
Major, good to be with you. I've been speaking to confidants of both President Biden and former President Obama over the last 24 hours, and it's evident just now in the last hour that the pressure is mounting on President Biden as he recovers from COVID in Rehoboth over the weekend. The biggest thing I'm hearing behind the scenes from some of the top players in the party is that the money could dry up for the Biden campaign, that they're getting signals from donors, from lawmakers, and others that if he doesn't get out of this race, he might not have the money he needs to power out of that convention in Chicago in August. He might not have the money he needs to be on the airwaves in the fall. Now, these are warnings. These are what-if scenarios, but this is being presented to Biden's inner circle, who remain, it should be noted, dug in and defiant and very frustrated with all of this talk about getting the president out.
Robert, we have new CBS polling data, which I'm sure you've seen. We've all seen it. It's internal to us first, then we share it with the nation. President Trump, 52%. Former President Trump, 52%. Joe Biden, 47%. Nationally, also Trump with a lead in all the key battleground states. That has got to arrive as not only bad news to Democrats, but consistent with other internal polls that they've been sifting through.
They're looking at bad polls across the board, whether it's CBS News or internal polls. And it's not the polling, though, that's so interesting to me, Major, as a reporter, that's driving the discussion. It's money, money, money. And the Obama inner circle, which has a somewhat tense relationship at times with the Biden inner circle, is saying, look, we're trying to help, but this is the reality when it comes to financing. You can not believe the polls, that's one thing, but money's a tangible thing in American politics. And if you don't have it, you're not going to be able to compete. So it's really the money factor this weekend that's weighing on the shoulders of that Biden team.
And, Robert, let's talk about the money for a moment, because right before the debate, there were polls, ours and others, showing that tenaciously President Biden had sort of closed the gap with President Trump within 1 or 2% nationally, percentage points. 1 or 2% or slightly ahead in some of the battlegrounds after spending $100 million, maybe slightly more than that, on campaign advertising. It took all of those resources just to bring it within the margin of error and basically a tie. If you don't have those resources going forward, it's very hard to wage a campaign, if I heard you correctly.
It could very well be, but what's interesting as well at this moment, and it's a fluid moment to say the least, is that President Biden's telling his team, I don't care what all these naysayers are telling you about the polls, about money. I'm the president of the United States. I'm not going to be pushed out because I had a bad debate. And he's being treated in a gentle way by Speaker Pelosi, the former speaker, Leader Schumer in the Senate, and so many other colleagues who are having these conversations with him, trying to be frank about how they see the political reality. But this is someone who's saying, I've been counted out before. Give me a chance. Let's see how it goes. But a lot of Democrats just don't want to wait to see how it goes. I've never seen the Democratic Party, which I've covered for over 15, 16 years, so nervous, skittish at the upper ranks.
Always available with new reporting. Robert Costa, thank you very, very much. Coming up, I will speak with a senior advisor with the Trump campaign on how Republicans plan to motivate delegates here and maybe the country writ large with the Trump-Vance ticket, especially in those battleground states. That's next. You are streaming America Decides.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing or bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides from night 4 of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. As Weijia Jiang told us a few moments ago, coronavirus diagnosis for President Biden has taken him off the campaign trail. He didn't need any other setbacks, but this is yet another one as the president and all of our campaigners around him, meaning his inner circle, contend with mounting public pressure to drop out of the race. Kadia Goba is here with me now to try to sort this out if possible. Kadia, politics reporter for Semaphore. Kadia, we're all chasing leads and rumors and angles. What are you hearing?
That the pressure campaign is not giving up at this point. We saw a couple of hours ago, Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland, a letter just magically appeared that he had apparently sent to the president 2 weeks ago. I think it is very strategic. We're at the point where there is a strategy to actually put these things out, to leak this information, to kind of show people, like, it's okay to come out if you want. People, by people, I mean members of Congress. And I don't think that's letting up. From what I understand, the members I talked to today are already looking ahead at, seeing who's going to replace him.
Assuming that this is going to end with, at some point in the not too distant future, the President of the United States announcing he's withdrawing from consideration as the presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party.
That's correct.
Does it strike you as significant, Khadija, that Jamie Raskin now joins Adam Schiff, two very prominent Democrats on the House Select Committee investigating January 6th, when the Biden campaign has said this is an existential election for the future of American democracy, and two members of the committee most involved in investigating the underlying causes of the Capitol riot are saying you're not the messenger to carry that message?
You know, that's a great point. I was talking about, I was wanting to talk to members a week and a half ago about, people with military backgrounds, intel backgrounds, to see if they had an issue with him, or to see if they thought that he posed a threat at all. And mums was the word. They wouldn't talk about it. So I do think it is particularly interesting that these people that are so aligned with the administration, number one, are coming out, but also people who, as you point out, are talking about protecting democracy. Republicans are already at this stage where they're saying, well, how can you say you want to protect democracy when you want to change the election at the last minute, or have someone who probably doesn't, or who they see is not fit for the position?
And really quickly, Khadija, do you think there is a predictable timeline on this to hear one way or the other?
I haven't heard anything from when the Republican conference gaggles out to right before to the next convention, the Democratic convention, because as we heard today, Adam Smith said he supports Kamala Harris, but he would like the delegates to actually vote her in. So we'll see. Timeline,
1 day or 3.5 weeks. Khadija Goba, thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it very much. Coming up, well, it's a big question here. What do you expect to hear from former President Trump tonight? We've had some analysis previewing that. Next, I'll speak with a senior advisor to the Trump campaign who might be able to shine even more light on that question. That's coming up next right here on America Decides.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
So if you want to hear the corporate spin, the carefully crafted lies, and the media myths, the Democrats are holding their convention next week. Go there. The Republican Party, the party of Abraham Lincoln, goes forward united, determined, and ready to welcome millions of Democrats, independents, and anyone who believes in the greatness of America and the righteous heart of the American people.
Welcome back to America Decides. Sound bites from Republican conventions past. First one, 2016 in Cleveland, former President Trump, then the nominee. And also in 2020, a much quieter convention because it wasn't in person largely because of COVID. Talking about unity. So, what can we expect to hear from former president tonight? Well, Danielle Alvarez, I hope she has an answer to that. She's a senior advisor for the Trump campaign. And Danielle, if you don't have an answer, I don't know who would.
Well, President Trump certainly would, because he, as he said himself, tore up his speech after the failed assassination attempt.
Why?
He really wanted to meet the moment. It was a different speech. This speech will have similarities in the sense that he will still talk about record. This election is about these two men's record. But this speech, he wrote personally. He poured into. He was making final edits up until, just the walkthroughs and the rehearsals today. And it will be very personal. It will be from the heart. And it will meet the moment. It will call for the unity that the nation needs.
And when you say the moment, what is the moment? What is the moment after the tragic events, near tragic for former President Trump, tragic indeed for the Corey Carpatore family and the two other wounded victims? What is the moment?
You know, the president, I was so impressed when everything was happening in Butler, and he had the wherewithal to think outside of himself, to be the leader that who works for him, knows him to be, that America knows him to be when he was in the White House for 4 years. And he stopped and he told the crowd, I'm okay, and let's fight. That's the moment. It's the energy that we feel right here in this arena every night that the president has walked out through those halls and into this auditorium. That's the moment. It's the need that the American people have for true leadership. When Democrats are in disarray, when they have no idea who will be at the top of their ticket, when they have an absolute failed record, President Trump has a winning record, a record of success, and a plan to turn this country around. And he's the leader that we need in this moment. That is the moment that President Trump will meet tonight and as we head into November.
Did you read the speech drafted before Butler, Pennsylvania?
I've read excerpts of both speeches, and again, what I can tell you is that it's deeply personal. His entire family will be in the Friends and Family box this evening. Former First Lady Melania Trump will be in that Friends and Family box. And this is a very heartfelt speech, a very personal speech that he has put together.
How much will Joe Biden factor into tonight's speech? Because if I hear you, Danielle, it's less personal, maybe less aggressively partisan. Is that a fair read?
It will be about record. We will certainly talk about the issues that matter to Americans, but Biden, by name, will not be mentioned.
Biden, by name, will not be mentioned.
Yes,
How
sir.
about Kamala Harris?
I have read excerpts, and I can definitely say that Biden by name will not be mentioned.
Interesting. Do you have a sense, Danielle, within the campaign about what the next week or so is going to be for President Biden and his campaign, and do you care?
This entire campaign has been very unpredictable.
Agreed. Fact check true.
From the early moments, to the weaponization of the justice system, to the New York court cases, it has been absolutely unpredictable to the way that he historically rewrote the platform from a 60-page document to a 15-page document, from the VP announcement. So if I tried to predict what might come next.
Let me simplify it. Does the orientation of the messaging or the approach geographically change in any way if it's Kamala Harris or Joe Biden?
Well, we have to figure out what's happening. I mean, rumor is right now that he may drop out of the race this weekend. The first question that comes to mind is, if he can't run a campaign, how could Joe Biden run a country? If it is Kamala Harris, she owns the open border. She's the original border czar. She owns the lie of the last 3.5 years of Joe Biden's cognitive decline. She owns every failure that is Joe Biden because it is the Biden-Harris ticket. And so we're focused on our race. We're focused on running our own race, on the president's strengths, on his record. He is, as I tell everyone, the best asset that we have, because he's not only the leader of this campaign in the Republican Party, but he's the leader that the nation's looking for.
Danielle Alvarez, thank you so much. I appreciate the time. So let's talk a little bit about President Biden's re-election campaign. It is fair to say in a period of kind of distress, and I want to bring in Michigan Democratic Senator Gary Peters. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to talk to you. For Democrats who are watching, and for Republicans and independents who are watching, in fair numbers, I'll let you know, what would you tell them about what they are seeing and hearing on an almost daily basis about this internal crisis within the party, about the future of President Biden's re-election campaign?
Well, I can tell you the president continues to be focused on running. He's been certainly telling everybody that he is going to be the nominee and that he is going to run a strong race. And so that's certainly where the president's coming from right now.
Where are you coming from, Senator Peters?
Well, certainly I support the president, always have supported the president. I think he's been an absolutely outstanding president. If you just look at legislative accomplishments under the President Biden, you'd have to go way back in history to find a president that's been as effective as he is. But I also, I head up the Democratic Senate Campaign Committee, so my focus is on making sure we hold the Senate and expand the Senate. And certainly we know all of these races are going to be incredibly competitive, especially in battleground states like we have here in Michigan. And so I've been talking to the president's campaign and certainly giving them my views and my concerns about having a very, very close race and what we have to do in order to win. And certainly we've got our work cut out for us.
How can you articulate those concerns? Do your concerns include advice for the president to step aside?
Well, I don't want to get into specifics of any kind of advice that I have given, but I've had the opportunity to talk directly to key leaders of the Biden campaign. And I'm a pretty straight shooter. I'm a fact person. I'm going to look at the facts on the ground and look at the data points that are necessary to know how to win. And so I've given a very straightforward and candid assessment to the Biden campaign. And I know that they are considering that.
How was your candid, data-driven analysis received?
They listened.
Happily?
Well, I think they have an interest. They're focused, obviously, on winning, as we all are. We think that's, without question, the number one thing that we have to do is to win. And certainly, I think it was a good, productive conversation.
So we have a new CBS poll out tonight, and I know one poll does not determine an election. No poll determines an election, but there is a trajectory that others within the Democratic Party are seeing in internal polls. Our poll has the national number: 52 former President Trump, 47 President Biden, the largest lead for former President Trump in this entire campaign cycle, a lead he did not have in 2020, he did not have in 2016. Your reaction to that poll?
Well, certainly just one poll. There's a lot of polls. I see polls on a daily basis. I head the campaign committee for the Senate. And so I always take one individual poll with a grain of salt. You have to look at patterns. We've had some extraordinary events that have occurred over the last few days. You're in the middle of a Republican convention right now that tends to always give a bounce to the party that's in that convention. But you have to take the sum of all of that information before you come to any conclusions. My focus is primarily on the Senate, and I can tell you that if you look at the polling of our Senate candidates around the country, they are actually leading their Republican opponents. We've actually seen in recent days their lead has actually grown over that period of time, and this is not just from one poll, but a lot of different polls that have been put together. So they are running strong. I'm very pleased by that. We still got a lot of campaign ahead of us. We still got a Democratic convention. You get after Labor Day, a lot of folks who simply aren't paying attention to politics. They've got a lot of other things in their lives that they've got to be concerned about. But after Labor Day, you start seeing dynamics of a campaign come in clearer focus as some of our undecided folks or folks who are not as engaged start to get engaged. And that's when polls start telling us a whole lot more.
Michigan Democratic Senator Gary Peters. Sir, thank you very much for your time. Coming up, my conversation with the Biden campaign's senior advisor, spokesperson, as pressure builds, as we've talked about all evening, on President Biden to re-examine his political future. That's next. You are streaming America Decides.
We will get it back. I had this incredible privilege to serve as your top diplomat. I saw how the world always looks to our nation as the unrivaled example of what a free society should look like. But unfortunately, President Biden struts the global stage. Maybe I should say he shuffles the global stage. He talks a big game about American values. But what's he done at home? What's he shown the world? What have he and his leftist base actually shown other nations?
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's gonna be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm gonna remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was gonna be born, he was only gonna live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Earlier, I spoke with the Biden campaign's senior spokesperson about the president's campaign and its persistent troubles. I know this has been a difficult week. It may be a difficult weekend ahead. And I know the campaign has said this over and over again. But say it one more time. Is the president dropping out of this race?
President Biden is our Democratic nominee. President Biden is going to win this November. And after watching some of the nights of the Republican National Convention this week, he is more motivated than ever. We had the architect of family separation on the convention stage last night. We had J.D. Vance talking about how he cares about working people while he shills for Peter Thiel on the convention stage last night. We are motivated, we are excited, and we are going to put in the work to win because we cannot afford Donald Trump ever to set foot in the Oval Office ever again.
I don't know, Kevin, if you saw the newest CBS polling numbers that show nationally President Trump 52, President Biden 47. As our Anthony Salvanto just told our audience, the largest lead former President Trump has had in this campaign. Your reaction?
Well, look, we look at a lot of polls. We do a lot of internal polling. We look at a lot of external polling. But we also look at the conversations that we're having with voters at events, at the doors, when we're knocking doors. We look at what our grassroots supporters, which is at historic levels for the campaign, are thinking about and what they are motivated by. And what we continue to see is the more we talk about Project 2025, the more we talk about how dangerous the Donald Trump agenda is for working people and for their rights, the better position we are to win. And that is why it is so important that everybody that rejects Trump's dangerous ideology comes to the table, figures it out, and understands that Joe Biden is our nominee.
Kevin, I want you to assess for our audience, because they read the web, they see all these stories. The majority leader, Chuck Schumer, puts out a very soft, not even non-denial that he told the president it's time to end the campaign. That Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader of the Democrats in the House, does more or less the same thing, another tepid non-denial. It feels as if the leadership within Congress on the Democratic side of the aisle is either telling or strongly suggesting the president to not only reevaluate, but reevaluate to a place that gets him to leave. How should people process all that?
I think you got to talk to your friends and families about the issues that they care most about when it comes to this election. What we continue to see every day at the Republican National Convention is a massive threat to the basic rights of every American in this country. We have no vision for the future, no opportunity to create jobs like the way Joe Biden has. And I think we have to continue to listen to the questions that the American people care about at the end of the night when they get home from work. Look, Joe Biden, he was in Vegas this week, obviously got cut a little bit short, but what he talked about was a vision for the future. Because what we continue to hear from our voters is that they want to hear about how we can continue the progress to lower costs, to create jobs, to protect our rights, because those are the fundamentals that matter to voters that have the most at stake this election.
Should Democrats take any cues from former President Obama, who was reported by the Washington Post this morning to have said, reevaluate and seriously reconsider?
I think it's really important that the American people continue to think about the choice in this election. Every single day, Donald Trump is showing us who he is. He wants to attack us. He wants to divide us. He has no vision for creating better economy for this country. He is not here for you. And that's what we have to do as a campaign. Cement the choice between a guy that is fighting for you, creating jobs in this country, and Donald Trump, who has no interest, no plan in doing anything that matters to the American people.
Kevin, because this is a persistent conversation among Democrats at this point where they're at least theoretically imagining an alternative to the president, whether that is true or not, or they should, let's show you some also brand new CBS poll numbers on the matchup. Hypothetical, let me put that in all capital letters, hypothetical between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump. The numbers, as people can see on the screen, 51% Donald Trump, 48% Kamala Harris, slightly better than the gap over President Biden. What does that mean to you, if anything?
Again, I think the most important thing that this campaign can and will do every single day in this campaign is remain focused on the reality on the ground. We don't live in hypotheticals. We don't live in blind sources on the Hill. We live in the fact that there are so many Americans that do not have the luxury of creating this hypothetical in their head. They need to figure out if they are going to vote for Joe Biden or not based on if they care about their rights, if they care about who's going to fight for their health care, and they're going to really need to think about this when it comes to the ballot box. And I think we have a really good story to tell there, Major.
Kevin, preview or pre-butt former President Trump's speech tonight?
I don't think we're going to hear any much of a vision from Donald Trump. What we're going to hear is some lies. We're going to hear him continue to traffic in some conspiracy theories. And we're going to hear, and this is most importantly, Major, no plan for the American people. We heard a little bit of this from J.D. Vance last night. He talks about he cares about the auto worker in Michigan. Well, why is he so interested in doing nothing to pass the PRO Act in Congress? Why is he so interested in repealing the Inflation Reduction Act, which was creating manufacturing jobs in Washington? I think what you're going to hear is more division, more hatred, and no plan for the working people of this country that deserve a president focused on them.
With the Biden-Harris campaign, Kevin Munoz, thank you so very much for your time. My colleague Robert Costa spoke with another top Trump advisor, Chris LaCivita, and he's a really important voice about tonight's big address from the former president.
Is he going to address the shooting in his speech?
I mean, look, I don't think that you can go through something like that and not. But that, again, is not the focus of the speech. The focus of the speech are the forgotten men and women of the working middle class and what Donald Trump had, what he had done as a president, what he's going to do when he gets elected again in November.
Is he going to speak to skeptics out there who might not be fully convinced about?
Well, I mean, look, there's a group of the electorate that clearly we want to target and we want to focus, and they're concerned about the issues of being able to afford putting food on the table and gas in the cars. So these are issues, and obviously where America stands on the world stage. So public safety, all of these things, the border crisis, which is growing worse and worse every single day.
CBS News has brand new head-to-head polling for the 2024 presidential race. So let's check in with our pollster, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, take it away.
Hey there, Major. So it's simply this. Donald Trump will accept the Republican nomination tonight with his largest lead of the campaign over Joe Biden so far. This polling was done entirely after the tragic events of Saturday. So this is your latest. It is 52-47. I want to put that in context in a couple of ways, Major. First, that is a shift, slight shift, but a shift nonetheless, from our numbers nationally in early July, number one. Number two, that 5 points, what does it mean in historical context, Major, since you were just talking about history? You have to go back 20 years to find the last time that a Republican nominee for president won the popular vote, and 30 years to find a Republican presidential candidate who won the national popular vote by as much more than 5 points. So that implies an electoral college advantage for sure, and that is important historically. And finally, let me just point out, Donald Trump maintains his lead in those battleground states, in those states that, at least going into this, we thought would be the closest. That's where we stand, Major.
And Anthony, I just want to drill down on something you said, but I want our audience to get a little bit more perspective on it. At no time in 2016 or 2020 was Donald Trump positioned as he is today, correct?
No, he was not. In 2020, Donald Trump trailed in poll after poll. Of course, he went on to lose the election, but Joe Biden led in state after state, Major. So that context is important, too. And I want to show you this, because like I said, this is post-assassination attempt. The impact of it is not large, right? You see 2/3 of people say it hasn't changed who they're considering voting for. However, for those who do say it's had some effect, it is net positive, more likely to consider Trump, again, for those who say it's had an effect. But let me also show you this, because I think it's important. We asked for each, for Joe Biden, for Donald Trump, has what they've said in the aftermath of Saturday's tragic events encouraged more unity in your view or more division? And a slight majority, but a majority, feel that Donald Trump has encouraged more unity. They say the same thing about President Biden, but they're registering some of that unity. You've seen that in the convention over the last couple of days. Voters are being receptive to that, Major.
Anthony Salvanto, thank you so very much. I spoke with Georgia Republican Governor Brian Kemp for my podcast, The Takeout, about the presidential race, and here is some of that conversation. Talk to me about the sense I get here from Republicans that everything is rolling Trump's way and this election is effectively over and Republicans are going to sweep the House, sweep the Senate, and re-elect Trump.
Yeah, I am not in that camp. I'm in the camp of we need to win today. We got to get up and win tomorrow, get up and win the next day. We got to do that all the way to November. I mean, things...
Don't kid yourself about this momentum.
We cannot take anything for granted. We saw that in the 2022 election when everybody thought we were going to have, big majorities in the Senate, get control back of the Senate, have big majorities in the House, and we ended up, thankfully, won the House, but razor-thin majorities. We don't have control of the Senate. And so if anything should teach us something is we do not need to get overconfident here. The Democrats are in disarray. Joe Biden has a lot of problems, and we as Republicans, and I think former President Trump's done a good job of just, letting that fester, not trying to change the dynamic, being very disciplined.
What do you think J.D. Vance brings to the ticket?
I feel like all the people that were rumored to be on the short list and reported about or submitted paperwork, I think would have all been really good picks. And I felt like no matter who he picked, I felt like the Republican base and Republicans in general around the country would rally to that pick. Because at the end of the day, they're going to be voting for Donald Trump or Joe Biden. And I think, all those folks, including J.D. Vance, check the box of something were to happen, he could step into the role of being our commander-in-chief.
That does it for me tonight. Please stay with us after the break for a CBS News special report covering the very final day of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. You are streaming America Decides.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Is it good? Mm-hmm. Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party? Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot
ballot in 2024? Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
This is a CBS News special. America Decides, Campaign 24, the Republican National Convention. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and the final night of the Republican National Convention. Tonight is the night for the highly anticipated address from former President Donald Trump, and it is the first since the assassination attempt. And so questions, how will he seem? We haven't heard from him that much. We've just seen him appear. He looks to be in fine condition, but I know we'll hear more from him shortly tonight. The former president just walked into the RNC a short time ago, and he has said that he rewrote his speech after Saturday's shooting. It's expected to be very personal. The question is, can he balance a message of unity with the aggressive stance his supporters have come to expect? Tonight we'll see members of his family that have been out of the public eye recently, including former First Lady Melania Trump. She has not been here for this entire convention. We've also not seen his daughter Ivanka. The theme for tonight is Make America Great Once Again, capping off a dramatic turnaround for Donald Trump. Just a couple of months ago, he was convicted of 34 felonies and was facing more upcoming criminal trials. Since then, the Supreme Court granted sweeping immunity for presidents putting some of the cases against him at risk, and the classified documents case was thrown out altogether. His opponent, President Biden, is struggling to stay in the race at all. There are new developments tonight as the president is trying to prove to an increasingly vocal and growing group of Democrats that he is capable of winning one more election. Mr. Biden is trying to make the case that while stuck at home with COVID, but senior House Democrats believe the president could leave the race in a matter of days. Also this, the first new CBS News poll since the attempted assassination. And in that poll, we see the gap between the two candidates widening. Donald Trump now leading Joe Biden by 5 points nationally and 3 points in the battleground states. Our poll also shows Trump beating Vice President Kamala Harris in a theoretical matchup, though that race is much closer. There's a lot to get to tonight. Joining me is Robert Costa, Margaret Brennan, and Major Garrett. Major, take it away. I'm going to take a sip of water.
Nora, please get that sip of water.
It's a long night, Nora.
It's exactly. We're going to need lots of water for the night ahead. National conventions, we haven't had one in 8 years, but they all, if they are successful, try to merge imagery with emotion. This convention, Nora, and everyone doesn't have to do that. The emotion and the imagery were merged before this convention convened in Butler, Pennsylvania, when former President Trump rose up with a fist, blood coming down the side of his face. That emotion came here. It's been radiated from the floor of this convention every single night, and that imagery and that emotion will play out this evening when a rock and roll band led by Kid Rock will talk and sing about fight, 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 Trump, Trump, Trump. And you're going to see this merging in American politics of a swell of emotion with an iconic image. In politics, when you can put those two things together on any stage, but particularly at a national convention, you have the wind at your back.
And what does that mean, that this now, this fourth day, has been so much more about the personal with Donald Trump. Normally, these conventions are a lot about that, certainly the imagery involved, but there's also a lot of substance. But we've been listening to many of these speeches. There hasn't been a lot of talk about tax cuts or some of the traditional things that a Republican Party embraces.
Because this isn't just about a political party. I was thinking back earlier today to a conversation I had with Donald Trump back in 2013. He called me up on the phone and he said, I'm thinking about going to Iowa. And he said he had just been put into the World Wrestling Entertainment Hall of Fame. And I said, you're in the Hall of Fame for wrestling? He said, I am. And I didn't recognize then, but we all certainly recognize now, that Trump, as a business person, was participating in this culture of wrestling. He was on The Apprentice. He was building this movement nationally that was totally separate from American politics. It has now merged with the Republican Party, consumed the Republican Party. And what you see here tonight is the spectacle of everything Trump has built. His family, his movement, his politics. It's not about the Republican Party. It's all about Trump.
And to pick up on that point, Nora, I've often observed, having attended more than 100 Trump rallies, that people who were interested in pro wrestling but were not interested in politics crossed over into politics when Donald Trump got on the stage. When you go to a Trump rally, it has a feel like a pro wrestling event. It's very loud. There's a long walk through. And everything is like you would see on pro wrestling on cable television, which we should remind ourselves is a long-running cultural phenomenon in this country. Usually, week by week, 10 of the top 20 TV shows are pro wrestling in this country. Trump has brought that sensibility to politics, and along with that sensibility, the people who are on the sidelines in American politics are now in the game, and many of them are here.
Tonight we will hear from Hulk Hogan, as well as the head of the UFC. A lot of these strong men, I'm not saying that as a singular word, but two words, strong men, who are associated with the Fight Club or wrestling, will be speaking tonight from this stage.
Yes, it's the merging of the entertainment with the political, perhaps really sublimating the political to the personal brand, the Trump family, and that imagery of fake fighting, sometimes real fighting, but it's staging. And it's something that, you know, when Democrats are talking about the head-to-head race, they say, candidly, our concern is about bringing white men back to the Democratic Party. It's not a mistake, the gender association with some of this strength and this machismo thing that's supposedly happening up there. Sometimes that makes people in a moment of being overwhelmed by intense geopolitical risk, upheaval here at home, societal change, economic change. Sometimes it feels good if there's just someone in charge telling you what to do, and it's so simple if you just did this one thing, such as deport them all. And these signs people are holding up, mass deportations now. What we were talking about, Nora, yesterday is how complicated and layered some of these issues are facing our country. Nothing up here is about policy. It's about quick fix. It's about put the strong man up there, he'll just take care of it. Well, you know what? He didn't in those 4 years when he was president. He's saying, I need 4 more now to go ahead and fix it. But it's just so interesting, Major, and I've been thinking about a conversation we started to have yesterday about normalizing the violence of January 6th that has happened here at this Republican convention. The last major politically violent event before last Saturday was the attack on the United States Capitol and the elected lawmakers there, and it was carried out by Trump supporters. And I have had my breath taken away hearing from people here in interviews that they were there, some of them, at the Capitol that day, participated in what became, not perhaps these individuals, but what other individuals carried out, acts of political violence in our democracy. And it is a little bit jarring to think of that in this very staged, controlled environment that we are all in right now.
And remember that Donald Trump at the last debate did say that those people who went into the Capitol and committed acts of political violence were ushered in by the police. That is the exact phrase that he used in the debate that was a debacle for President Biden. We've got so much to talk about tonight. There's so much happening. I do want to check in with our senior White House and political correspondent, Ed O'Keefe, because he is on the convention floor and can give us a flavor of the excitement down there. Ed?
Nora, good evening again from the floor of the convention on this day 4. We'll get to the flair in a moment. We wanted to convey a little bit more about the president. As you mentioned, he is in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware tonight, hunkering down and insisting at the White House and among his campaign that he is not going anywhere, despite the building pressure from senior lawmakers in his party. More reports today of what former President Obama, congressional leaders Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer may be doing to try to compel him to get out. The situation is incredibly fluid and may become even more so depending on what exactly the former president does and says tonight in his speech. And also comes amid a new CBS News poll that shows the former president pulling away from President Biden, now with about a 5-point advantage. That's up from last week. The flare, as I said, here on the floor is picked up here on the final day. Brooke McGowan from North Carolina is a good example of that. You'll notice the pin on her, what do we call these again?
This is a fascinator.
Fascinator.
Because this is fascinating. Yes. Isn't this fascinating?
You had a description for what tonight is in your view.
Yes, I think, what did I call it?
You said it was the night of your life.
Night of my life.
Why is that?
Well, this is wonderful. We're getting to nominate our president. I mean, we have watched him almost die just last week, and now we get to have the Republican nomination tonight from the Republican Party for the man that nearly died. He took a bullet for us on Saturday, and we could have had a much different outcome this week. This could have been a week of mourning and scrambling to try to figure out who would be our nominee, because no one can hold a candle to Donald J. Trump.
You said this is your first convention ever, right?
Yes, does it show?
Well, you've got all the pins from the various states. Your fascinator. Your button that you said was on sale by Monday when you got here?
On Tuesday, our delegation chairman had these buttons.
All right.
So, yeah.
And you've got the earrings, too.
Yeah, for sure.
Why did you want to be here?
Well, I've been a Trump supporter since the early days of 2016, obviously, and I love him so much. We actually launched something called MAGA Institute in his honor, and where we were vetting candidates across the country. So we've been vetting candidates for many, many years, since 2019. For those who Trump is the ice cutter, and we have to fill in with the flotilla behind him, or that ice just goes right back together. So we're vetting candidates in congressional races across the country.
Down the ballot, in essence.
Down ballot,
okay.
Yep.
Real quick, your friend, remind me your name again.
I'm Sarah Reedy Jones from Charlotte.
And you made the point to me that North Carolina is a place we may be visiting a lot in the next few weeks because?
Well, the rumor is that Roy Cooper, our current governor, may be in for the VP, but we'll do everything we can to make sure that we elect Trump again, as well as the awesome J.D. Vance.
So even while you're here on the floor of the Republican convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, you're tracking that the Democrats may be about to shake things up and make this a little more interesting.
Well, I've been doing this since I was 17 years old, so that you never get a break in politics, but we know in North Carolina there's never a break, and we just expect it, but we expect to fight and dig in our heels in North Carolina.
And what would Trump and Vance have to do to hold on to North Carolina?
Just keep doing what they're doing, because I think everybody appealing to all the Americans and sharing the story and making it successful. This is for my 9-year-old. I became a mom a month ago when I adopted my little boy Ethan, and I'm fighting for him, and I know Trump is fighting for him as well to make sure our future is strong. So,
ladies, thank you for taking a minute amid all this. You may see in the distance, Nora, and we'll get to them later, the cheeseheads are out tonight because we're in Wisconsin, and why not? The Hawaiians have come with their leis. All right, they're here from, they probably traveled the furthest, arguably, right? And the other outfits are quite impressive as well. We'll share them with you throughout the night, Nora.
Ed O'Keefe, as always, thank you so much for that. And let's bring in CBS Morning's co-host, Tony Dokoupil. He is on the convention floor. Hi there, Tony. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Nora. I'm in a different location than Ed, and the headwear is less fascinating, but I am still learning some fascinating details. I wanted to pick up, actually, on a point that Margaret was making just a few moments ago. From the stage here, we are not hearing a whole lot about the alleged election fraud without evidence back in 2020. We're also not hearing a lot about the J6 hostages, as the Trump world people tend to refer to those who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. But here on the floor, there is a lot of conversation about that. There's also just an understanding that to reach the middle of the party and independence, that's not what you want to hear from the main stage. Now, optimism is really the word of the evening. There are people here predicting a landslide in the fall, 49-1, which puts people in mind of Ronald Reagan. So what I did is I moseyed over to the California delegation earlier tonight to ask folks there what Ronald Reagan would say of this Republican Party. And one man did acknowledge that Reagan might have some questions about the platform and the policies, but overall people said, look, it's a different time. He would in fact be thrilled because of the unity we see in the Republican Party, and Ronald Reagan would love the storylines as well, the fresh perspectives, and the inspirational outlook. One final note, yesterday I was on Sign Watch. I showed you one that said, mass deportations now. Tonight's sign's a little bit more subdued. This one just says, bring back common sense, though I did ask a woman to translate that sign for me, and she said, quote, it means Democrats are crazy. Nora.
Tony Dokoupil, I also saw the Fire Joe Biden signs being handed out earlier today when I was down there. Always looking forward to our chats from you and what you report from the floor. Tony, thank you so much. I want to bring in CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns. She is at the podium, which is next to where the speakers are. Caitlin.
That's right. Good to be with you, Nora. I'm standing just to the right of it, but I'm also looking out across the crowd, and we've been talking about the crowd sizes here. Well, this place is filled to the rafters. This party eager to see and hear from Donald Trump for the first time. We've been talking all week about how this is a family affair. Lara Trump running the Republican Party, Don Jr. speaking last night, Trump's granddaughter also taking the stage to speak about her personal family experiences. But notably missing from this campaign, Nora, has been the former First Lady, Melania Trump. She was not with him on the campaign trail. I covered Super Tuesday, that big win for Donald Trump. She was not there at Mar-a-Lago. She has not been accompanying him to his trials in New York. But she is expected to make her first appearance here tonight, along with his daughter Ivanka, who has also been notably absent from the campaign, significant because she had a role in his administration. It's rare for the candidate's spouse not to introduce them. We won't hear from Melania Trump tonight. She will be sitting in the friends and family box, but she will not introduce him. Instead, he's going to be introduced by Dana White, the CEO of the UFC. And as Margaret aptly noted last night, that has been such a big kind of part of this convention in terms of how Donald Trump has entered this arena, that of a fighter. But this crowd will be eager to at least see the former First Lady, and that raises some questions about what kind of role she would have if Trump is elected to the White House. Nora.
Caitlin Huey-Burns from the podium position talking about the rest of the Trump family that has not been here all week long, just even after Donald Trump survived that assassination attempt. Joining me now is Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson. And John, we're in this final night of the Republican National Convention. Donald Trump making this acceptance speech. It's a big moment. I mean, even everything has changed here. The rafters were not full the last 3 nights. They are tonight, and people are going to be tuning in because there is the people who want to see how is he doing? Has he been affected at all? How will he sound? How will he speak? And also, what will he say about what he believes he can do for the future?
And you can imagine, I mean, the last time Donald Trump stood behind a lectern and spoke to people cheering for him was on that Saturday, which is just a striking human thing that he will be going through this evening. You mentioned how central he has been to this convention. There was a time that when we covered, or at least I did, in conventions when if you glimpsed the nominee before the final night, that was kind of like a surprise thing. Sometimes they'd show up on the Jumbotron, as I believe Bob Dole did in '96, and that was stunning. This has been essentially a 4-day-long or 3-day-long walk to the lectern for Donald Trump, there every day, taking the adulation in, central physically to the entire operation. There was a time in American politics where dark horse candidates existed where people didn't even know who the president was going to be at these conventions. Now, this is as central to Trump as his buildings are. On that question of his speech, what lives outside of the convention hall in the speech? We've heard this word unity. It's mostly meant party unity, which is something quite different than national unity. And I remember back to the inauguration, Donald Trump's inauguration, there was a lot of talk about how he was going to unify in his speech and talk about unity. the speech didn't turn out that way, and that's one of the things I'm looking for tonight. Is this a speech essentially to his people, or is there a line or a sentiment that lives outside for the rest of the country? And that would be unity, not of party, but something closer to approaching the traditional kind of unity we associate with leadership, where you have to be president of an entire country.
John Dickerson, thank you. And interestingly, right now, the current speaker is not a politician, is not an everyday American. She is an attorney and the legal spokesperson for Donald Trump, Alina Habba, who you may recognize because she's been in a number of these courtrooms across the country. Let's take a listen.
And a feisty Jersey girl who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington. President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker, he's the man with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend. Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support. Despite the lawfare and the politics, President Trump loves the American people and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality. But his greatest construction project was yet to come. The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating. As the 45th president of the United States.
And that is Alina Habba, his legal spokesperson that has accompanied him to many of these court cases. A big new CBS News poll is out ahead, how it changes Trump and President Biden's chances for a second term. Our Anthony Salvanto is crunching the numbers. We've got that straight ahead. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling. You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening. It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That Desired Farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Let's dig into the news. CBS News poll data that is out tonight with Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, so good to see you. What are we learning?
Great to talk to you, Nora. Okay, this is the latest national number. This is all post the assassination attempt last Saturday. It is +5 Donald Trump now. Couple of things about that for context, Nora, I want to walk you through. Number one, it is moved toward Donald Trump compared to our national poll in early July. That's number one. But number two, just how big is a 5-point lead? Well, for a Republican, you'd have to go back 20 years to find the last time a Republican candidate for president nationally even won the popular vote. And you have to go back to the 80s to find the last time a Republican won the national vote by more than 5. And in Donald Trump's case, it's certainly better than he ever polled in 2020. Now, I want to show you this because, yes, this is post the assassination attempt. Is that an impact? It is not for the majority of voters. But for those who say that's part of their calculus, the way that they perceive that he's handled it is a net positive. It's not a direct one-to-one vote shift, but it is a net positive in their minds. That's important. And the other point I want to make here, Nora, is this is very much as much about the Democrats as it is about Donald Trump in this way. Democrats are less likely to say that they're going to vote in this election. That pushes down Joe Biden's poll numbers. And this, because it relates back to all we've been talking about the Democrats now, sizable numbers of Democrats have, since the debate, told us that they don't think Joe Biden should be their nominee. That maintains, and that may have a bit of a downer effect on their turnout likelihood. And that speaks to what we may see and what we're watching on the Democratic side, Nora.
Anthony Salvanto, thank you. Let's talk about the situation facing President Biden at this hour. Major, you have some new reporting today about some of the pressure from lawmakers.
Yeah, the pressure's building, Nora, and two senior House Democrats told me today they are of the belief, and there are conversations with House and Senate Democratic leaders, donors across the country, and those who are central to the sort of inner workings of the Democratic Party. That one way or another, the fate of the Biden-Harris re-election campaign with Biden as the presumptive nominee will be resolved in 3 to 5 days. It might even be faster, but the pressure is clearly building beneath the president. Lots of voices are saying, look at the polls, look at your recent performance. Can you credibly tell this party you are the best person to lead it into this very, very tough re-election campaign? They also acknowledge, and this has to be underscored, Nora, if the President of the United States decides to stay in this race, guess what? He's the nominee of the Democratic Party. He is the central, first and last, and everything in between decision maker. Lots of people can lobby him. Lots of people can try to persuade him. Lots of people can send him letters with flowery rhetoric talking about what a great American it is and what a long legacy he has and how wonderful he's been with the Democratic Party. If he doesn't want to budge, none of that matters. But the pressure to get him to budge, to reassess, has never been more pronounced than it is this evening.
And Robert, I know you have some new reporting on this pressure as well.
It's a fascinating moment. You have allies of former President Obama and former President Obama himself watching all of this carefully on the edge of their seats. They know that President Biden's in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware this weekend, and he's angry. His confidants tell me he's watching this, the Republican National Convention. He sees all of this as a threat to American democracy. He talks about Charlottesville, why he got into the race after watching that in 2017. And he's saying, I can do this, I can win. But the most important thing I'm picking up tonight is that the Obama donors and even some of the Biden donors are making it clear to President Biden behind the scenes that you may not believe the polls, but believe this, the money will dry up. The money might be gone in terms of big donors if you stay in this race. And in politics, people can disagree about polls. They can talk about the moment, timing, character, history, legacy, but money talks. And if the money's not there for President Biden this summer and fall, you're going to have a major crisis in the Democratic Party. How are you going to beat former President Trump fully unified right behind us?
And there's also some reporting, too, out there that it's not necessarily going to directly, if President Biden were to exit the race, it's not necessarily clear that it would be Kamala Harris, that there could still be a contested convention.
People are telling President Biden behind the scenes, if you decide to walk away, you should lean in, whether you want it to be open or whether you want to, politically speaking, coronate Vice President Harris as the nominee. He's being told, like Lyndon Johnson did in '68, you run the process. You tell the party who's going to be on the ticket. He's listening, and that's why there are all these reports. He's listening. He's not closing the door. He's not hanging up the phone. But what's still notable here is that he doesn't like it.
Yeah. And Nora, one of the things that for a week or more now I've heard is that the way to try to pierce the Biden bubble here in terms of taking on information he doesn't want to hear is to talk about his legacy. What do you want your legacy to be? And in that very lengthy letter from Congressman Raskin today, it was largely about that. He didn't say step aside, but it was very much, what will you leave behind you if Democrats lose at the top of the ticket? But those leaders in the House and Senate are not just worried about who wins the presidential election. It is who stands up to Donald Trump in Congress if he wins the election. And that's why you have in the House and the Senate those leaders part of this to be that backstop. Remember, that's what Mitch McConnell, the current leader, said. He was that firewall against some of the policies Donald Trump wanted to enact in that first administration.
Ed O'Keefe covers the White House for us, and he's down on the floor of this convention. Ed?
Nora, you know, it's been about 24 hours since a little more than 24 hours since we learned the president
had COVID and was headed home to Delaware for what was already a previously scheduled weekend there. And that, in essence, was seen as another reason to accelerate this conversation, that if he was getting sick while his opponent was dodging bullets, doesn't that just feed the narrative that he's too old and out of it for this job? One of his closest advisors I was in touch with said it's absurd for the party to think that that's a reason for him to go, that he did the responsible thing by getting his diagnosis, going home, isolating, as people should they get that kind of diagnosis, and go from there. Back to the point Bob was making about money. Not only is the campaign struggling to get the big dollar donations from people who can write 5- or 6-figure sums to not only his campaign but the Democratic Party, but we've heard in the last 2 weeks about the super PACs that fund so much of the advertising and the outreach in the battleground states, that they've had donors withhold millions of dollars after they watched that debate. Some called and asked for 6-figure refunds on checks that they had submitted already, saying we're holding that money until the president or the party can show us who exactly is going to be the candidate and how they can win. And to the point about whether he would endorse the vice president, there are others interested in running should it open up. There will be pressure on the president and the party leadership to allow it to be an open contest. Yes, maybe ultimately the vice president prevails, but there are a handful of governors, maybe some other lawmakers, who are at least eyeing this and thinking, maybe this is my chance to, if anything, get on the ticket. Remember, we were just talking to those voters in North Carolina who know that their governor, Roy Cooper, in what the Biden campaign would like to be a battleground state in North Carolina, he could potentially end up on the ticket. Well, would he throw his hat in the ring? What about Gavin Newsom, who we've talked about? There are a handful of other lawmakers who are eyeing at least 2028 and might put their hat out there as well, because it at least sparks a chaotic, colorful, potentially substantive exchange on how the party should campaign and what it should campaign on. And the belief is it could suck away the oxygen from Republicans after this incredible, unexpected week they've had with the aftermath of the assassination attempt, that if they can suck the press's attention away, they argue, maybe then they've got a chance of rebounding and getting ahead of Republicans again, Nora.
John Dickerson, what about this? What do you think ultimately leads to President Biden making what would be a monumental decision like this?
Just the sheer weight of the advice he's being given. And also just imagine what the Democratic convention would be like with all of these Democrats saying what they've said publicly, what they are all telling us privately, and where things will be by then. Part of what has been so difficult for the president is, since the bad debate performance, his additional performances have not given those who have new doubts any reason to dispel those doubts. They have, many of them, become even more convinced. Well, there are going to be that many more days between now and the Democratic convention. In 1948, when Harry Truman was doing so poorly, when there was a sign at the convention that said, "We're just mild about Harry," AP reported that the convention was like a funeral. I think that heading towards that, running out the rest of the period of time where there will continue to be this infighting and days lost to prosecuting the case against Donald Trump, which needs to be done because the president was behind going into the debate, that every minute the clock is ticking in putting the fight to Donald Trump, which for so many Democrats is an existential threat to the American democracy.
John Dickerson, thank you so much. Just want to point out that right behind us, speaking now, is Tucker Carlson, formerly of Fox News, but was let go. But when he came onto the stage, was met with a standing ovation. Also sat in the president's former president's VIP box, Donald Trump's VIP box, earlier this week, and is now addressing the delegates here. Want to go right to Robert Costa because he has some new reporting. He was just on the phone as we were talking. Robert?
There's a congressman from California, Democrat, named Jim Costa, no relation. He just called CBS News, watching our coverage, and said he has decided just now to announce that he can no longer support President Biden remaining in the race. He said it's time for President Biden, his friend. He's a moderate Democrat, one of those blue dogs in the House. He said it's time for President Biden to leave the race. He made the decision in the last hour, and he said other Democrats are moving in that direction. So this is such a fluid moment. Yep. You have the Republican National Convention unfolding, and Democratic House members are watching CBS and saying, enough's enough.
And doing this on the night that Donald Trump accepts his party's nomination for the third time.
That would steal the thunder if there were a decision this evening, but this seems to be just a building. We know, and my reporting up until last Saturday when the world changed, certainly politically, was that there were a lot of people lined up who hit pause on sending out decisions like that one. And it is tremendous that what some had thought would change this race irreparably, the assassination attempt, and perhaps stop talking about Joe Biden's weaknesses.
The Biden people thought it was over.
Amplified. And a lot of those Democrats obviously are still perhaps watching this and worrying.
Nora. No, not at all. I'm just going to say we're all sitting here broadcasting and texting at the same time because we're doing reporting. This is how rapidly this situation is reporting from many of our sources from decades of covering politics. Major Garrett.
So let's just talk about the Jamie Raskin letter for a second. It was dated July 6th. He sent it to the president quite a while ago, but he released it today. That is an indication that things said privately are soon going to be aired publicly and in larger and larger numbers. That is a specter for the president to consider.
All right, we've got more reporting straight ahead. Also, Florida Senator Marco Rubio will join us right here. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes. Did you ever have these problems before the derailment? No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Here with us now is Florida Senator Marco Rubio. He spoke at the convention on Tuesday. He was also on Trump's vice presidential shortlist. The two ran against each other during the 2016 cycle. Senator Rubio, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
You sat next to Donald Trump last night in the VIP box. How's he doing?
I think he's very impressed by the convention. I think very touched, but very impressed by the production of it, the quality of the people. I was with him when the Gold Star families were up, and you know, I'm not sure if he had seen that video before, but he seemed really impacted by it. Everybody that saw that was about those 13 families and what happened in Afghanistan. So, and I'm prepared for what's going to be a very good speech tonight. I really do. I think it's going to connect what this movement's always been about to everyday people's lives, which is really what the movement's always been about, is that what he calls the forgotten men and women. But I think he's going to describe it tonight in a way that really is going to resonate, and that is, these are people that maybe don't agree on this or that or the other, but they all want the same thing for their lives and for the country, and they feel like for a long time their leaders were just ignoring them or leaving them behind. And I think tonight, I hope, my sense is that they're going to really try to lay that out there as to that's what this movement's always been about.
You're a leader, of course, on the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I want to ask you about J.D. Vance, who is the vice presidential nominee. On the issue of Ukraine, he has said, I don't care one way or another about Ukraine. Are you concerned about that?
Well, I think J.D.'s point on Ukraine is that the United States has more important strategic threats that we need to confront. He's actually told me, we've talked about this quite extensively, he believes that we just can't afford to be diverted by what's happening in Ukraine because it doesn't compare to, for example, a potential threat in the Indo-Pacific region. And you know, that's an argument I listen to, and I do think we have reached an era in which we have to be more judicious, a little bit more realist about how we deploy U.S. power abroad, whether it's dollars or obviously troops. And military commitments, because the world has changed dramatically over the last time. We have a near-peer adversary now. The Chinese, in so many ways, are superior to the Soviet Union in terms of the threat they pose. They are an industrial threat, a military threat, an economic one. They're a real competitor. And so we can't afford, even if we wanted to be involved in every place on all things. We have to do a better job of separating between what we'd like to do and what we want to do. And it's really a return to a more realist foreign policy that, frankly, was the consensus in the Republican Party up until, probably the early 90s.
But the greatest military in the world is able to counter several threats at once. We have a strong naval presence in the Red Sea. I was there with an entire aircraft carrier strike group. We have an entire, of course, strong Navy as well in the South China Sea defending there. Can we not do two things at once?
Well, what's gotten more difficult about it is that the Chinese are a threat. They have asymmetrical threats. In essence, the ability to destroy an aircraft carrier with an anti-ship missile, that's a fraction of the cost of that aircraft carrier. The inability, if the Chinese can prove that the United States is not capable of intervening in a conflict in the Indo-Pacific, it's over. The Taiwanese are going to sue for peace. They're going to turn themselves over, and all of our allies in the region will figure out how to fit into this region now dominated by China. And so I think that's a different kind of threat for just how many ships we have or how many parts of the world we can be at physically, that we have to confront that. And the Chinese military capabilities continue to grow exponentially at the fastest rate of any military buildup since the 1930s. We've never seen that.
Joined here, as you see, by Margaret Brennan and Major Garrett.
Senator, you are in such a key role on Senate intelligence, and you've been very clear-eyed about describing adversaries like China and Russia, and it's a little bit jarring, frankly, to look over your shoulder and see Tucker Carlson behind you, who has been accused by some of your Republican counterparts of standing on and repeating Russian talking points about Ukraine. And I wonder what you think about this strain of isolationism in your party, as Mitch McConnell has put it. Mitch McConnell in an interview told me it's Tucker Carlson who started it.
Well, listen, there's always been a strain of American thought that we shouldn't be involved in as many places around the world. And there's always, foreign policy realism was a consensus position in the Republican Party up until about 94.
But this
even
is a
George
key
H.W.
position.
Well, so Tucker, first of all, is a commentator and a very intelligent person, and he challenges orthodoxy. I mean, that is his calling card. And let me tell you something. I don't have to agree on Tucker on everything to understand that, one of the things that happens, if someone says to me, Russia's right about Ukraine, if somebody were to say that to me, I think that now is an obligation for someone like me to think about my arguments and figure out how to be able to counter that argument. And that's one of the things that's happened over the last few years is it's forced many of us that feel a certain way about some topic or another to really sort of revisit why it is we feel that way so we can better articulate it. But I also think we have to understand the world is not static. It's dynamic. It is constantly changing. The world looks very different today than it did 10 years ago. It just does, in terms of the threats and in terms of how many places we're now being pulled. And we can't afford to allow ourselves to be depleted and we really have to, we've entered an era where we have to prioritize where in the world and how in the world we're going to get involved.
Senator Rubio, I'd like to talk to you about immigration. The former president promises the largest deportation operation in the history of our country on day one. There are signs on the floor that reflect that. In 2016, when I covered your campaign, I remember you skeptically saying he's not going to build the wall and Mexico's not going to pay for it. It's an overpromise. Do you have any fear that the former President Trump, on this mass deportation, which he often analogizes to something that Dwight Eisenhower did, which was, called Operation Wetback, is not going to work, is an overpromise, and carries a lingering aura of racism from that era?
No, but first of all, let me say this. We have 10 million people, some number, that have entered the country illegally over the last 3.5 years. And that is on top of what already was here and already has been here from the past. That's number one. Number two, illegal immigration across the border, like we're seeing, is entirely incentive-based. In essence, people believe we can get there and we're going to be able to stay, and they're incentivized to come. When you create a disincentive, when you make them believe, when people believe it's going to be harder to get in and harder to stay if they do, less people will come. And that's not me saying it. Every country along that migration route will tell you that that's what the migrants are telling them on their way here, that they believe they can get and they can stay. Some of it's misrepresented. Some of it's just they know people that have been able to do it. Now, we will have to deport people. Okay, there are people in this country. I'll give you an example. The other day in Miami on Sunday, there was a big game between Colombia and Argentina. Thousands of people just sort of bum rushed the gate. They arrested a bunch of them, put everything in danger, and 17 or 20 of them are illegally in this country. My view is those people should be immediately deported. They're already here illegally. The same with people that we know are criminals. Some of these horrible crimes that have been committed by these gang members from Tren de Aragua, which is a Venezuelan street gang that's terrorized Peru, Ecuador. I mean, they've worked their way down. We've actually arrested some of these people for other crimes and released them again without deporting them. So there has to be some deportation, and you begin with the most dangerous elements of the country. No one says it's going to be easy, but we most certainly have to create a disincentive, or we're going to see more and more people coming and rates that are unsustainable for any country in the world. We already admit 1 million people a year legally. And then we're adding on top of that people that, frankly, you can't vet. You can't vet people from Central Asia.
But the president has said it will not just be those who are the most visible repeat criminals or criminals in this country. Everyone who came across illegally, that's what he's promising. Is that an overpromise?
Well, that's the law of the country.
I know, but you know the practical difficulties of that.
Do I think you can you deport 10 million people in a month? Probably not. But I think I can tell you that you can begin to identify everyone who's in your jails and do them first. That would be your priority. And the second point is you have to make a strong effort to, our laws say the following. Our immigration laws are not complicated in that realm. It says if you are here illegally, you are to be detained until removal. And we have not detained and we have not removed. Now, there was always been exceptions. Okay, the Dalai Lama shows up at the border, saying the Chinese want to kill me. We'd probably let him in. But the exceptions now become the rule. And that's the problem, and it's incentivizing people to come. We just can't do it. No country in the world can sustain that.
Is this something you would want to take on in a Trump administration?
Do what? What?
A position that would allow you in Homeland Security or intelligence to do one of these things?
Well, ultimately, that's up to the president to decide the team he wants around him. So I would think it's premature to talk about those things. We haven't even finished the convention yet. We still have an election to win, right?
Yes. I think the Dalai Lama can still get a visa, so he probably won't be.
Yeah, you're right. Well, maybe he wants to stay permanently. I don't know.
I have interviewed him before, yes. I think he's can get a... let me ask you about one of the things that the president is going to be talking about tonight, and that is the assassination attempt. You were briefed by the Secret Service. What's your main concern? How big of a failure was this?
I think the Secret Service should be on TV every single day giving updates to the public. I think they should be giving you guys updates to the public.
We are asking.
When you don't do that, let me tell you what you create. We've been dealing with the JFK thing for how long? I mean, right? Yeah. You create the opening for conspiracy theories. Now, here's what we do know. There is no way in the world that some 20-year-old guy should be able to climb on top of a roof 150 yards away and take that shot. That should not have happened. Someone screwed up. We want to know who that is, but more importantly, we need to know, is there a systemic problem in the Secret Service? The Secret Service doesn't just protect presidents and candidates, they protect the country. If President Trump had been assassinated that night, I can't even imagine where our country would be right now. We would be in a very dangerous place. They protect our country. I'm grateful to the officers who jumped on that stage and what they did, but someone messed up in terms of the advancing of that event.
Some perhaps failure in communication as well, those people that did spot him. We are pressing on those issues. We've been reporting it every night on the CBS Evening News and across CBS. Senator Rubio, great to have you up here. We appreciate
Great being with you. And you guys are here in person and live. It's great. Yeah, some guys are not, so that's awesome.
Thank you to CBS, yes. And coming up, CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns is at the podium. And Caitlin, tell us what you're not hearing about tonight.
Hey, Nora. Well, from this podium position, I have been able to see lots of speakers at center stage, including their remarks on the teleprompter. And notably absent from the speeches all week has been the mention of abortion. Remember, this is a party for the last, nearly half century that has been working to overturn Roe v. Wade. Donald Trump, as president, appointed 3 Supreme Court justices and has taken credit for the overturning of Roe v. Wade because of the justices that he appointed. This would be a monumental achievement of his administration in the view of traditional Republicans. But notably absent is any mention of that as a perceived accomplishment from this administration or from the speakers here. And that's significant, Nora, because as we've been covering for the past 2 years, really, this has been an issue since the fall of Roe v. Wade that has galvanized voters in favor of the Democrats. We've seen in every state where abortion access has been on the ballot, even in red states, and I've covered them all, they have passed. There are a number of ballot measures in states, in battleground states like Arizona, for example, this cycle that we are watching to see. And Republicans have acknowledged that this issue is a difficult one for them. And that's reflected in the party platform. What's significant about the party platform this cycle is that it has no mention of advocating for federal limits on abortion, instead saying this should be left for the states. That is something that J.D. Vance has now professed to adopt, and what Donald Trump has been saying as well, Nora.
Caitlin Huey-Burns on the lack of a discussion about abortion or reproductive rights. Caitlin, thank you very much. Some breaking news to bring you up to date on Senator Tester of Montana, a Democrat who is facing a tough re-election bid, has just announced that he is calling on President Biden. I want to get exactly what he said. I believe President Biden should not seek re-election to another term. That now means there are 2 Senate Democrats who are saying that President Biden should not seek another term, and 20 House Democrats. Want to bring in CBS Morning's co-host Tony Dokoupil. He is on the convention floor. Good evening, Tony.
Nora, good evening to you. I'll tell you, picking up on that point you just mentioned, the second senator now to call on President Biden to step aside. The people in this room are also closely following that news, anticipating who Donald Trump's general election matchup might come down to, and they've already really turned attention to Kamala Harris, and they feel really good about that matchup, as you might expect. Now, we're at a point in the night where anticipation is building ahead of Donald Trump's nomination acceptance speech and what the tone of it should be. There was a video a few moments ago identified on the schedule tonight as the final battle, almost Game of Thrones-like terms. And the people in this room are in this room because they like the Donald Trump who got them here. The rough, tough brawler, rhetorically speaking, who's a little bit coarse, who speaks his mind. And so I've been asking people, is that the Donald Trump you want tonight, or do you want this new advertised Donald Trump who speaks of unity, global peace even? And they said, I don't necessarily want that, but I understand why we need that. I've been appointed to the camera bank that is up to my left here. The global media, the Klieg lights, the attention here from all over the country. It's not really about what the people in this room want. They understand that. For the folks at home, these people who are delegates follow politics the way other people might follow sports. So they are not just voters, they're also analysts, and they want their candidate, Donald Trump, to hit that softer tone, that tone of unity, not for them. That's not what got them in this room, but for those cameras and all those people at home who will decide this election in November, Nora.
Tony Dokoupil, thank you. Coming up, an unusual sight here at the Republican convention. Hulk Hogan will speak. And then a little later, former President Trump takes the stage. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7. That is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention. Former President Donald Trump will make his case to the American people in less than an hour from now, and he is expected to talk about his change in perspective in a very personal speech that he rewrote since last weekend's attempted assassination. Before that, we're going to hear from his son, Eric Trump. We are also expecting to see former First Lady Melania Trump. She has not been here all week, and we're also going to probably see Ivanka Trump for the first time. They've not been here alongside Donald Trump. Let's just bring in the conversation. There's a lot going on at this hour. I'm going to start with you, Robert Costa. You have some new reporting about what the current president, Joe Biden, is facing.
I've just been texting in the last hour with people close to President Biden. To put it in one word, Nora, they're furious. They feel like the president is in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware right now, recovering from COVID. His family's checking in with him. His confidants are checking in with him. And they feel like this pressure campaign is picking up speed at the wrong time. But that's not stopping the pressure campaign. Congressman Costa of California, Senator Tester tonight, both saying it's time for him to leave the race. What's so interesting, though, is everyone who knows the president, people who know the family, close to the family, are saying they're disgusted by this movement in the Democratic Party and by what they believe and they characterize as muted support from former President Obama, former Speaker Pelosi, and Leader Schumer. I wouldn't call it a civil war, but there's disruption and unrest and anger that's just simmering beneath the surface right now.
And you can imagine how there's a level of disgust from someone who's been in the Democratic Party for 50 years, has strong alliances across the board, and he's sick with COVID. We've all had COVID, I think we could say. Some of us it affected him worse than others, but it's not the best thing in the world to have. You feel pretty yucky, but yet he's dealing with not only his own party, but certainly world events that a commander-in-chief has to be in charge of as well.
Just for a moment, let's take it from President Biden's point of view. He's the President of the United States. He has twice as many delegates as he needs. He won 14 million votes from Democratic voters who participated in caucuses and primaries across this country. Nobody challenged him of significance. That was their choice, not his. He is the presumptive nominee, and he is the President of the United States, and he has a long history of supporting everyone else in the party. What he's asking for now is a modicum of restraint. But what Democrats are telling him is what they told him privately a couple of weeks ago. If you don't budge, this will become public, it will become ugly, and it will begin to tarnish your legacy. That is playing out in real time now, Nora, and it is a moment of high drama for the Democratic Party and the future of this ticket in 2024.
And we're now at, 22 Democratic lawmakers, majority in House, some now in Senate, as you just reported, John Tester throwing his name in as well, one of those seats that's very much in contention. But this is also, by the way, just not a new problem for the Democratic Party. It's not a new thing, Joe Biden's age, nor is it a new thing, Donald Trump's age at 78 years old. But this was a decision they made not to have as a party earlier in this process. And that is what brings us to this moment.
I want to bring in Ed O'Keefe on the convention floor with his new reporting. Ed?
Well, Nora, we just spoke a few minutes ago about how Montana Senator John Tester became now the second Democratic senator to call for the president to drop out of the race after Peter Welch of Vermont. Tester's notable because he's among the most vulnerable Democrats up for re-election this November, and he says in his statement two things that start to lay out the potential path ahead should the president drop out and the party have to sort out what's next. First, he says the president should continue to finish out his current term through January 2025. That's notable because already Republicans, many we've spoken to here this week, have said if he's not going to get in the race, he should also quit now and let Kamala Harris become president. And the reason they want her to do that, of course, is so that they can run against her record, and she is the incumbent. But the other thing that Tester says, it may not necessarily be Harris's to win. He says there ought to be an open nomination process should the president leave. That's a signal that the vice president does not have this locked up. If moderate Democrats in key contests this fall say they want to consider someone else. But it's notable, Nora, that he's not only calling for him to get out, but now laying out other details about where the party should head as this conversation continues. When you're a senator who's vulnerable and in cycle, as they say in politics, you get a little permission to speak first on these things to figure out where it's politically comfortable for you. That's a path forward now that the party's going to have to consider. An open process that allows the president to serve out the rest of his term.
And really appreciate that. And I must say, I'm sorry, I looked down at my phone because I'm getting some reporting on my phone here, but we are in uncharted territory right now. We are in completely uncharted territory. Nobody better to talk to at a moment like that than John Dickerson. John,
very true.
help us sail through this territory.
Sure, I give you leave to look at your phone while I'm talking, although it'll be a brief comment. Could you think in a moment like this of two parties that are more mirror images of themselves right now? Donald Trump is, for the last 3.5 days and tonight on that stage, is the physical, personal embodiment of a movement. There is a mixing after his near-death experience between his physical survival, his health, and the movement and the party. They are the same. There is no movement beyond him, despite who he may have named as his VP and the future of MAGA. In the Democratic Party, they are making an opposite case. They are saying the movement and the party is bigger than one man, bigger than one person. And that is that is just the total opposite of what the Republican Party is doing tonight. And this case they're trying to make to President Biden is you should not stand in the way of a movement and a party that has to continue on.
It's a very interesting point, John, about that. And one of the things, too, of all of us who have covered many presidential campaigns, and I think one of the things as a journalist that makes it exciting is the rigorous debate that happens on the most central issues facing our country. And in a democracy where that is respected, and these very tough issues that face our country on inflation, on immigration, on reproductive rights, how should that be sorted out? How should a majority rule in that type of way? Should it be decided by states? Should there be federal protections on different things? That debate has been muted, certainly in the past couple of weeks, because the Democratic Party has not been making a counter argument to what we are seeing here by Donald Trump and the Republicans.
That's right. And the fear, of course, is that it will never get engaged at the level it needs to be with Joe Biden as president. There are two concerns. Can he carry out the rest of the campaign? Can he carry out 4 more years? One thing I would interject into your very good point, Nora, is conventions should be an engagement with the Democratic Party against their rivals in the Republican Party. If there is a mini open convention or a selection process, past practice would tell us that there will be a few days of vigorous fighting over the rules. And it will get really, really technical fast, because it's one of the ways that the individual candidates jockey with each other is to try to use the rules to help themselves out. And that competition, as necessary as it may be for those who wish to find a new nominee, will also obscure some of that conversation. There will be plenty of debates about how they take the fight to Republicans. But as people seek advantage, there is likely to be, if the past convention fights are any indication, there will be a big fight over the technicalities as people seek to take advantage to prevail.
Well, Barack Obama was good about the technicalities. That's in many ways how he beat Hillary Clinton, remember, in that 2008 primary contest. Am I getting that date right?
2008, rolling up lots of victories in caucuses, getting lots of delegates there, and Hillary Clinton focusing on the primaries, losing more than she thought she would, and that was Barack Obama's path to the nomination in 2008.
So what's the game? I mean, are you up on what's the game in an open convention?
Look, here's, and I think Robert would back me up on this. Here's the conversation going on behind the curtain. There's one of two ways to deal with this. If President Biden steps down, if, hypothetical until it happens. But if that happens, is there, as Bob said, a coronation of Kamala Harris as the presumptive nominee? Biden says that, and then there's a mass unity of Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, all the large luminaries in the party putting out statements or appearing jointly or doing something to say, yes, it should be Kamala Harris, and the sooner the better, as a signal to the delegates. Or the alternate conversation is, wait a minute, why would we trample on the delegates? At least give them a chance. Have Kamala Harris say that she wants to have the nomination. Have her burn up the phones. Have her put together a mini campaign. President Biden can still endorse her softly, but have no other big names try to put their thumbs metaphorically on the scale. That's the behind-the-scenes conversation going on. No one has resolved that, and that's one of the things that creates this moment for President Biden to dig in and hang on. As long as this conversation about what to do and how to do it lingers without an absolute plan, Biden has an advantage, because those who want to push him out don't know what comes next. And he says, if I stay, I do know what comes next. I fight on.
And President Biden comes out of the 1960s, 1970s. He was younger watching Eugene McCarthy challenge President Johnson in 1968, watching Robert F. Kennedy challenge Johnson, run for the nomination. Who's the bus that sits behind President Biden? It's RFK. He loves the Kennedy legacy, especially Bobby Kennedy, the late Bobby Kennedy. And you see now, President Biden, the most important thing I've been told he has said in recent weeks is, if you want to take me out, run. Against me. Run against me. But in Washington now, it's this quiet chatter. To Biden, quiet chatter does not equal power. If you read what it takes, if you talk to people close to his family and his friends, they say he doesn't care about idle chatter, because in his view, Idle chatter has always counted him out in '88, going back to his '72 race.
So you think that President Biden does not bow out and says, challenge me at the convention?
No, he's as political as anybody I've ever covered. He's watching everything. He knows if it becomes a sea change against him, he'll get out perhaps. But he's one of those people who is dug in. When he had the aneurysm, the plagiarism scandal in the '88 cycle, everyone said his career was over. When he flamed out in 2008, he ended up on the ticket. When some of the Obama people thought he's not maybe the sharpest vice president we've ever had, they didn't encourage him to run in 15. He watched election night on 2016, watched Secretary Clinton lose and said, my gosh, how did this happen? I should have maybe have thought about running.
Well, that's something he has in common with Donald Trump. Perseverance, no matter what. All right, ahead. We've got so much to talk about. Thank you for all of your great reporting ahead. Hulk Hogan, Eric Trump, and later Donald Trump. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
You can see the sun is setting here in Milwaukee, and the party's just beginning here inside on this final night of the Republican National Convention. We are waiting to hear shortly from Hulk Hogan, the world-famous wrestler and sports entertainer, but there's been some sort of delay. We're not sure what it is. It's about 10 minutes, and delegates and supporters here are having a good time dancing to this band. In the meantime, we have been doing a lot of reporting about what's going on with President Biden as now a second United States Senator. John Tester of Montana has said he believes that Joe Biden should not seek re-election. Major Garrett.
So top Democrats tell me the next shoe to drop, if a shoe is to drop, has to be from delegates. Delegates are the legal means by which you become nominee.
Aren't they bound to President Biden?
The last time delegates were bound, legally bound, was 1980 at the Democratic National Convention. They are bound by what is called under Democratic National Committee rules to reflect the conscience of the results of the caucus or primary held in your state. You are not legally bound. You don't have to vote for President Biden. You are inclined to. There is an expectation of it. And certainly the Biden campaign, if it's done anything well in the last 3 weeks, and that's open for question, but it has spent a lot of time on the phones talking to delegates to make sure they do not budge. But if delegates, even in small numbers, but if state delegations start heading for the exits, that is a very, very bad sign for President Biden. Hasn't happened yet, which is one of the reasons the Biden campaign believes it can and should remain dug in. Delegates decide this, not members of Congress, not senators.
We have some new reporting that Leader Schumer was made aware of Senator Tester's decision, and he told him to do what he thought was best. I want to bring in Ed O'Keefe. Now that we know that, is that a suggestion that Schumer is saying, go ahead, move forward with your conscience?
That's exactly what's going on now, Nora, especially if a Tester started this. And that was what was so interesting about his statement, in that he says the president should drop out, stay in office, and then let's have an open contest. That Schumer's also allowing him to say that means he understands where the pressure points are in his caucus, as you have candidates in Ohio. That one may be a wash now. Montana, Nevada, and several other states where they are in tight races that have become tighter in the 3 weeks since the debate. Now, by the way, it's now 19 minutes after the hour, and you may be wondering what's going on down here. We're not entirely certain. There appears to be a bit of a delay in the arrival of some VIPs, so they're stalling with this incredible house band we have. But the other point is one that I made a little earlier. We just spent 20 minutes in prime time talking about the other party. And that begins to prove the point that some in the Democratic Party are saying should transpire. Have that open contest and take all the attention away from these guys, and maybe we still have a shot. I want to introduce you, though, to an important foot soldier in Donald Trump's attempt to win the Badger state. Remind me your name again?
Brandon Malley.
And you are from?
Dane County, Madison, Wisconsin.
There you go. Boom. Madison, Wisconsin. Why is that such a big deal? Because it is like the liberal center of this state, right?
We're the Berkeley of the Midwest, but we've got a lot of votes.
And what were you saying about if I can finish something, what could happen?
Well, if we do a little bit better in Dane County, we can win the state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin's going to decide the election.
If Anthony Salvanto would like to weigh in, he can, but he makes a good point that he has to go home after this convention, find those votes, and make sure that Donald Trump can win. What would he have to say tonight, do you think, to convince more people in Wisconsin to vote for him?
Well, you know what? He needs to talk about how his perspective changed since Saturday, since the attempted assassination on his life, because everybody that survives an assassination attempt in politics changes. We saw President Reagan change, and his approval ratings went way up. Even in a place like Dane County, and I'm sure in the rest of Wisconsin, there's a lot of sympathy for President Trump right now. I want him to talk about that tonight and uniting this country.
All right. How often do you wear a cheese head?
Only on political occasions, and the Packers.
And the Packers.
And the Packers.
So like 13 Sundays at least when they're home, right? Okay, Nora, we'll figure out what the delay is and we'll send it back up to you.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you very much. Excellent interviews on the floor. And that's one of the things we're talking about here that is also a concern for the Democratic Party at this crossroads for them, an enthusiasm gap. That matters.
Sure, and just a quick shout out to the house band, Six Wire from Nashville. They've been playing and rocking the house for 4 days, so well done, Six Wire. Look, before the debate, let's just go back before the debate. The Biden campaign spent more than $100 million, Nora, Robert, and Margaret, to possibly get the race to a statistical tie. After $100 million of concentrated battleground state advertising. They still weren't ahead. It was just a narrow gap between Trump and Biden. That was after $100 million. They are not there now. Trump is ahead now. All of that basically got you nothing. Vanquished by the debate performance and all this ongoing conversation about the future of the Biden campaign. That puts it in very stark relief. What you had to spend just to get close, and now you're farther behind, and you have an enthusiasm gap and questions about the future of your campaign and donors holding back money. That is what is called stress and distress in a national campaign.
The enthusiasm gap, though, it's still open for debate whether it translates to political gain. When you think about George Wallace, he was shot. Gerald Ford had assassination attempts. When President Reagan was shot in 1981, these are human moments. They show resilience. They show people having here a surge of emotion and appreciation for former President Trump. He survived. He was defiant. But it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win the election. July is early. It's the first or second inning in presidential politics, especially in an age of social media where things ricochet by the hour.
I just want to point out, Ed mentioned this, we are in some sort of delay also here at the Republican convention that is quite surprising because these things are planned to a T. People want to get up. They want this primetime audience because they have political interests or entertainment interests, and you got to get ready for the nominee of the Republican Party. It is 9:23 here. We still have not seen Melania Trump. We've not seen Ivanka Trump. J.D. Vance was supposed to appear. We've not seen him. And former President Donald Trump left his VIP box a while ago, and it's not clear where he is at this hour. So we're monitoring that situation as well. Let's go now to Tony Dokoupil, who is on the floor. Tony?
Nora, well, the excitement down here on the floor is really building. They're dancing in the aisles once again. I think tomorrow morning is going to be an ibuprofen day for a lot of people here. And I noticed Ed O'Keefe had an interview with a gentleman with a cheese hat. Well, Ed, I see that cheese hat, and I raise you a double cowboy hat with Susan from Montana. This is quite the look. Now, explain to me why you have not one hat but two on.
I have two hats on because I have about 100 pins, and I've been to two Donald Trump nominating conventions, and I've been collecting them, but the pins stick in my head, and I was beginning to bleed, so I needed to put a soft hat underneath the hard hat so that I wouldn't bleed.
When you read,
it look a little tad yucky.
I don't think it's yucky at all. Do you have a favorite pin here to illustrate the evening?
Hot chick. Hot chick.
Hot chick is what she's referring to here. Susan, I love your energy.
And I've been dancing, so I'm going to make you dance.
You're going to make me dance?
You got to do the dance.
Susan, I don't know if you're aware of the fact that I'm not a dancer. Look in my eyes, Susan. I cannot.
Dignified. You can do it.
I'm a little stuffy, I think. You're right. That is an illustration, I think, Nora, of the feeling tonight. They're even getting a stuffy morning news anchor to move just a little bit. I'll send it back to you.
Tony, thank you so much.
Save me.
And just as we went down to the floor to you and we're asking what's going on, this is what's going on. The Trump family.
I have some more breaking news.
All right, Robert.
One of President Biden's confidants, historian John Meacham, who has written many speeches for President Biden, just said on the record to CBS News, any report about my doing anything with the speech is totally false. There had been reports out that John Meacham, so close to President Biden, was working potentially on an exit the race speech. John Meacham just went on the record with CBS News, said the report about my doing anything with the speech is totally false.
And the White House also coming out with a statement saying it's completely false that the president would make a major announcement in the coming days. They're coming out and pushing back pretty hard.
All right, and there, members of the Trump family have joined the VIP box there, including Ivanka Trump. I believe that's Tiffany Trump as well, and I believe Vanessa Trump, who is Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife, is there, the mother of his children.
Tiffany, Trump's new husband, standing next to her, Jared Kushner as well, the former White House official.
And there are some still pictures that Melania Trump is here, but I don't see her yet in the box. That's something people are waiting to see. But the family came out in order to listen to Hulk Hogan as he takes the stage.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next President of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all gonna be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Hulk Hogan, 70 years old, world-famous wrestler. You may remember he was recently involved in a high-profile privacy lawsuit with the media site Gawker after a video showing him having sex with his then best friend's wife was published online. Billionaire Peter Thiel, who is also donated to J.D. Vance's campaign, helped Hulk Hogan sue Gawker and ultimately won $31 million. But the crowd loved hearing Hulk Hogan, of course, ripping his shirt open in a trademark Hulk Hogan way. And now we're doing a total turn to hear from Franklin Graham, pastor known as America's pastor. That's what he was called. His father, I should say, was known as America's pastor. But Franklin Graham continues in the faith and is addressing the crowd now. Let's listen.
I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a near-death experience. No question. But God spared his life. And when we go through those experiences, it changes us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation. I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith in his Son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did. In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty, and guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, We have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump, that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Ulsa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and executive vice president of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
Coming up now, Eric Trump, 40 years old, married to Lara Trump, who's become the RNC co-chair, the co-host of this event tonight. Let's listen now.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He had decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use, or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood.
You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you, guys. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system, and we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first.
This is a CBS News special. America Decides, Campaign 24, the Republican National Convention. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening from Milwaukee. It's the final night of the Republican National Convention, and former President Donald Trump's moment has come. In just a short time, he will give the first major speech since surviving an attempted assassination this past weekend. Trump says it will be a much different speech than the one that he would plan, and he also detailed for the first time, we'll talk about that assassination attempt on his life. We do expect it to be more personal, with calls for unity and a solution to what's ailing this country, saying in part, I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there's no victory in winning for half of America. It is the biggest moment of this four-day convention. Right now, you can see the president, former president there with his family. His son, Eric Trump, is speaking. It has been an interesting night of speeches. Hulk Hogan was on the stage just a short time ago, rallying the crowd here by ripping his shirt off in what no doubt will be repeated on social media and become a meme. There you see it, and we have a lot of news to get to tonight, including what's happening in the White House and in Delaware, where President Biden is tonight recovering from COVID, as there are a number of Democrats who have come out calling on him to not seek re-election. Joining me now, Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa, Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan, and our Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. And Major, this has been a stunning day of news.
It's been a stunning day of news, and look, President Trump, former President Trump, is going to own the night here in a few moments. He will define the end of this convention, and he will characterize for the country and for all of history what this last week has meant to him and what he believes it should mean to the country. And to your point, Nora, about the early excerpts, they do have a more unifying message, less personally strident, more reflective. All of that is true. But I just want to point out, and Hulk Hogan's speech and Eric Trump's speech will not compete with former President Trump's speech, but they both suggested rhetorically that the assassination attempt on Saturday was aligned somehow with the political opponents of former President Trump. That is not true. The motive is still indistinct, and the political orientation of the shooter, unknown, completely unknown. But that is a calibration they're going through to try to tell this crowd, and maybe the country at large, that there is some force out there that was behind this. That is fundamentally not true. That is not a unifying message, and that it precedes so closely former President Trump's speech tells you something about the orientation of this crowd and those closest to the former president.
And Robert Costa, you've been reporting all night some new developments in regards to President Joe Biden and the growing unrest in the Democratic Party.
Just got off the phone with a House Democrat who said he's now calling on President Biden to step away from the Democratic race. Senator John Tester of Montana, in a tough race, said the same tonight. He wants President Biden to think about maybe moving away from this race. But I'm told by sources very close to President Biden that he's in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware tonight, watching this Republican National Convention, and he's furious with Democrats who he believes are mounting a pressure campaign on him while he is recovering from COVID. He's angry with Democrats who are calling for him to step away. He believes what's happening behind us here, the Republican National Convention, is a threat to American democracy. He wants Democrats to stick with him, but they haven't come up with a strategy yet in the inner circle to quiet all of these concerns among Democrats. That wave of Democrats calling for him to step away, it's still there. Even if he's insisting to his allies, he's in.
Let's listen in to Eric Trump, who is receiving a standing ovation.
God bless you all.
Eric Trump saying that the greatest retribution will be our success, claiming in his remarks that his father has been persecuted and censured. Margaret Brennan.
And Nora, that is a oblique reference, of course, to the criminal cases against the 45th president, who's seeking to be the 47th president, knocked down now to 48 felony counts against him. And he also repeated, Eric Trump, that phrase, "They are not out to get me, they're about to get you, and I'm just in the way." Once again, echoing this idea, us against them, the sort of class warfare, culture warfare that has been throughout these last 4 days. And Nora, what a year of news we've had in just a few days. We haven't even made it through the week. And the weight of what's happening around the world, we have an explosion in Tel Aviv tonight. We have geopolitical risk at such a high level. You have officials warning that we are at World War III era tensions. And here at this conference, we're talking about a family and this view of us versus them. We're not really talking about policy. We are talking about the Trump family and this idea of a return to an America that frankly hasn't existed for some time.
And you're looking now at what is the president's box, the VIP box, his daughter Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared appearing here at the convention for the first time. Just in front of them is Donald Trump's vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, a senator from Ohio, 39 years old, only been in the Senate for 18 months, and his wife, Usha Vance, there, a well-known litigator and lawyer in her own right. I want to bring in senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. He's on the convention floor. Ed?
Nora, good evening. On the final evening of the convention, the floor is packed, and they've brought extra special swag. We're here with the home state crowd of Wisconsin. It's had great seats all week long. It's because they have home field advantage here at the Fiserv Forum. and they've got 10 electoral votes that both Donald Trump and Joe Biden would like to win. Dickerson is among the delegates here tonight. You're from Green Bay, right?
From Green Bay, yes,
This
sir.
is your first convention ever, right?
First convention.
What do you have to do when you leave here to help make sure Donald Trump wins Wisconsin?
Well, every single person in the Republican Party needs to get involved. They need to go down to their local GOP office. They need to knock doors, make phone calls. They cannot be complacent.
And what should the former president say tonight that might help convince your friends and neighbors in Green Bay to vote for him?
I think he needs to exhibit strength. He needs to call for unity. The Republican Party is unified, but he needs to call for unity on both sides. We obviously have a different message, and we can do that without political violence.
I hear you do a bit of a Trump impression.
I do.
Live on CBS. Go right for it.
We love the great state of Wisconsin, and we're going to win it, and we're going to win it bigly. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dixon. One other thing we're waiting for, Nora, real quick. End of the night of a convention, what happens? The balloons come down, right? Jared, show them what we got. Almost 100,000 balloons in the rafters of the Pfizer Forum will be coming down shortly after Donald Trump wraps it up. Nora?
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. Previewing that big balloon drop tonight. Now to Tony Dokoupil of CBS Mornings. He's also on the convention floor. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening, Nora. Well, the electricity down here is really building. It has been revved up by Tucker Carlson, by Hulk Hogan. That really got people's engines going. There's been talk about it feeling like a coronation here. The emperor at the games, Donald Trump in the box as the speeches are made, not just about him, but to him. But I would actually say it's more like the third hour of a wedding now. People have got their shoes off. The ties are a little bit looser. Joints are looser as well. There's a lot of dancing, and I'm thinking tomorrow is going to be not a 2 ibuprofen morning, but maybe a 3 or even a 4. And it really comes down to this, Nora. After one campaign back in 2016, 4 years of the presidency, and then yet another campaign, can Donald J. Trump tonight, with this crowd and this speech, expand the party and make history in November? Ed mentioned the balloons. We're going to get a peek by the time this night is over and those balloons are on the ground. What direction this campaign is going to go. I can tell you, for all the people I've talked to here in this room, it doesn't really matter what Donald Trump has to say. It matters that Donald Trump is the one who is saying it, Nora.
Tony Dokoupil, thank you. And we are expecting to see Melania Trump at any moment now. She has not appeared yet at the Republican National Convention. We've not seen her except for one still photo with the former president since his assassination attempt. I want to bring in CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns. She's there at the podium with a bird's eye view. Caitlin?
Hi, Nora, and you can hear the crowd on the convention floor cheering as Melania Trump is entering the arena. Remember, we have not seen Melania Trump on the campaign trail this year. She has been reluctant to engage in this political process, the third time her husband is running for president. She did release a lengthy statement after that assassination attempt, but she has largely remained behind the scenes. She did not join him while he was facing trial in New York. She has not been on the campaign trail with him. And as you can see, she has ascended the stairs to a graceful ballad and is being honored by this crowd here tonight. And she is now joining the family and friends box, greeted by the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, and his wife, and taking her position as her husband prepares to accept the nomination for the third time. Nora.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you. Want to bring in our chief political analyst, John Dickerson. John?
Nora, there's been a lot of talk, and we've certainly heard it from the podium over the last several days, about God's role in all of this. And we heard Ed talk to somebody sitting in the Wisconsin delegation about hoping that President Trump, in his being spared from the assassination, would respond as the way Ronald Reagan did. And I went back and looked at Reagan and his feeling that God had spared him. So, well, first of all, he said he prayed for John Hinckley, which was extraordinary. And the second thing is he said God spared him so that he could hear God's call better. It's an interesting thing to look for. Is it a moment of hearing God's call better, or another way people respond is that God has ratified what that person was doing when he spared them. One is a ratification is much more different. It's less humble than saying, I was spared so that I could hear God's call. It's a distinction we might see when he gives the speech, and we have heard so much about the providential nature of his sparing. That's the kind of thing when you think you've been spared by God, for what purpose have you been spared? And that's what I'm listening for this evening.
John Dickerson, thank you very much, as they are playing a biographical video of Donald Trump. Coming up, we're going to hear shortly a performance by Kid Rock and a special new song that has been written. Then we will hear from Dana White, who is the president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the UFC. Major Garrett, the stakes tonight for the former president, how has he changed since Saturday? What do we know about the remarks? He had said in an interview that the original remarks were going to be a real humdinger, in his words. Right. Now they're going to be more unifying.
Or attempt to be more unifying. The country will make its own judgment about that, Nora. One quick thing about unity in the Republican Party. It's real here, but there is a part that is not welcome here. Anyone in the Republican Party who criticizes former President Trump for lying about the 2020 election or doing anything legislatively to challenge his repeated lies about that election is not welcome here. That part of unity does not exist, and we should underscore that. One other quick thing. Eric Trump made a reference to this. The former president and those closest to him say he is a victim of persecution, meaning he is politically powerful, therefore he should not be held legally accountable, using politics to overcome law. Those in the legal profession say, no, you did some things wrong. You'll have your day in court. You'll have due process, but you get to be held accountable because you're like anyone else. That tension is part of the conversation. The delegates have already made up their mind about here, but the country will make a decision about in 2024. As for the stakes, he knows he's going to have the largest look-in audience of a Republican National Convention in decades because of the events on Saturday and everything leading up to this. He has decided not to be personally condemning of President Biden. President Biden's name is not in the speech anywhere. That is also a change. The first speech was going to mention Biden and be very aggressive on that front. That aggression, that personal side of it is out. The rest of it will be on policy and differences in record. That's pretty typical. But that backdrop about unity and persecution and politics, all of that needs to be reminded or remembered as we prepare for the speech.
And that big moment as Donald Trump takes the stage is coming up shortly. We'll be right back.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am. This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original, 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention. The former First Lady Melania Trump has appeared for the first time and is sitting there next to Donald Trump's vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance. Now they are introducing Dana White, who, from the UFC, let's listen in. He will be introducing Donald Trump. And before Dana White is Kid Rock, forgive me, who is delivering a new song called American Badass, and where they said, excuse me, I'm not going to say that word on television, but they are screaming fight.
For a long time, and he's from the key swing state of Michigan.
Yeah.
He is someone who has built a relationship with former President Trump, and he's very popular still, even though he hasn't had all of the hits he had maybe 15, 20 years ago. He remains a fixture on the right in this country. Not surprising to see him here at the convention.
And Nora, starting it off with the fight, fist in the air, the iconic image from the attempted assassination on Saturday, part of almost built in now to this rebranding.
Rolling Stone had a recent piece about Kid Rock saying how he went from America's favorite hard-partying rock star to a MAGA mouthpiece. Major Garrett, what is part of the imagery, and why is Kid Rock and Dana White of the UFC introducing Donald Trump?
Because it speaks to a part of America that sort of didn't really engage in politics in the pre-Trump era. If you think about people who liked wrestling, they disdained politics. Politics has something to say to me. It doesn't speak to me. It doesn't interact with my life. That's a generalization, I grant you, but it's generally true. With the Trump era and Trump rallies, having attended more than 100, they have a wrestling feel. The vibrations, the sensibilities of those who like not only the testosterone, the theatrical part of it, the noise of it, and the sort of pugilism of it, rhetorical and otherwise. They're drawn to politics now because candidate Trump in 2015, all the way through up until now, brought them into that world.
Motivated new voters.
Motivated, brought them in, crossed them over from places where they weren't involved in politics. Now they're reliable Republicans, and Kid Rock is a rock and roll representation of all of that.
But this election will be fought on the economy. And there is a large portion of America where inflation has affected their family deeply. And the working class vote is up for grabs. And in the key states of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, that's where this election will be fought, primarily in those battleground states.
It's about inflationary pain when you talk to the Trump campaign, but it's also about cultural feeling. And they picked Senator J.D. Vance, the author of Hillbilly Elegy, to connect with a visceral feeling so many people have in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, in these battleground states, that they're somehow left out. Even if economic data doesn't back that up, there is a sensibility of grievance in this crowd. Kid Rock's music speaks to it. Senator Vance's speech did as well. And former President Trump's speech tonight, while it will have some notes of unity, especially in the wake of his assassination attempt, he will still take on what he perceives as the establishment in this country. He didn't pick a traditional Republican as his running mate. He went with someone who's going to underscore what we're going to hear tonight, that you are somehow being taken advantage of in the view of Trump, and he's here to be your warrior. Some people might buy it. He might win the election, win a second term, but the Biden campaign is betting that they can still make overtures to labor, go to places like Detroit, Philadelphia, the suburbs of Atlanta, and make a case to working people that Democrats stand with them. The working voter is the swing voter in 2024.
It's the realignment of the politics of the Democratic no longer has that working class vote that the Republicans now have this grip on. But Nora, it is so remarkable incredible in our CBS polling how often we see this amnesia about the economy, with this perception that the economy was so much stronger under Donald Trump. And that whole period of economic lockdown during the COVID outbreak, the epidemic in this country, started under the Trump administration. It was his administration that ordered that lockdown. It was also his administration that came up with the vaccine heroically. You don't hear any of that in that promotional video laying out what happened during the Trump years, the good or the bad. And that certainly on the vaccine, they could take a victory lap and have chosen not to, perhaps because of the anti-vaccine movement that has gathered some political strength in this country.
In addition to what we are watching here, there is big news on the Democratic side with President Joe Biden. New developments tonight, a number of Democrats, and reporting about even former President Obama, his message to Joe Biden. What do we know about that?
We're being told that some of the biggest Democratic donors in the country and some of the top allies of former President Obama are going to Biden people and saying, you might want to stay in this race, but the money that you need to win this fall, it is at risk of drying up if President Biden doesn't get out of this race. Now, hearing this, many of my sources close to President Biden are defiant. They're frustrated. They're saying, we don't care what the donors are saying. We can win this race. But when the money is at risk of going away, you are at a political crossroads, whether you like it or not. You either carry on and call the bluff of the big donors who say they'll walk away, or you consider stepping away from the race.
What will happen if President Biden decides not to seek re-election?
Democrats don't know. There are basically two paths, and they're both being debated intensely behind the scenes as this drama plays out and this uncertainty continues to hang over the Democratic Party. If Biden decides not to seeks re-election and endorses Kamala Harris, she would have a path. If not, you open it up to the convention and create chaos.
Hear now the introductory speech to Donald Trump being made by Dana White, who is the president and CEO of the UFC.
Weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth, because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life, he has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself. And he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today.
Lee Greenwood, a fixture at many events. Most people know this song and the way he sings it. He is a longtime Trump supporter. Donald Trump will appear shortly on this stage in his first major speech since surviving an assassin's bullet. Something that this entire convention, all of the speakers have said was a providential moment, a miracle that he survived. When he first appeared on Monday with his bandaged ear, many of these delegates wept openly. There has been an emotional reaction to seeing Trump every single night. And part of the message by officials here is not only to enforce that, but also point out that Donald Trump is a fighter, not only in the speeches, but in the music and new songs that have been written to amplify that.
Nora, in the speech, the president will describe in some detail his own personal reaction. And two words apply: history and momentum. What's the history? Never before in the history of the Republican Party has a candidate be the nominee 3 consecutive cycles. What's the momentum? Trump leads in our poll, our newest poll, by 5 points. He has never had that kind of polling advantage ever in his political life. He strides the stage with history and momentum at his back.
Former President Trump just taking it all in. He does this before every rally, but not every rally has ever had a bandage on his right ear. He's saying thank you to the crowd. I've spoken to former President Trump about this. This walkout is sometimes his most favorite moment of any speech. A time to appreciate his base, The base is what made him who he is in American politics. The base that includes, as we saw tonight, many wrestling fans, many people who count themselves as outsiders in this country. A lot of people see him also as a threat to American democracy in this country. But here in this crowd in Milwaukee, a warm embrace for a former president just days after an assassination attempt.
And a powerful statement being made right now with the gear from the former firefighter who was there as a Trump rally supporter and lost his life because of that shooter's bullets that were fired indiscriminately, though one did come so close to the 45th president's base. And you can see Buffalo firefighter gear right there. That's a powerful way to remember him.
There have been tributes to the firefighter all week long, and appropriately so, who was hailed as a hero by the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania for immediately protecting his family in that moment. Here now, the 45th President of the United States, former President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just They just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, two other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since That is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35,000, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. I'm only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, Look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love, it's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60% and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon, we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch, and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it, and we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many, hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. and they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous, and they don't believe anything we say, and they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst. Probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion. But the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by very powerful, tough leaders. Tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word. Because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person, and he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day one. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word, devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies. to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us. Nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
In the longest convention speech ever, Donald Trump speaking for 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 55 seconds, painting an apocalyptic vision of America where he is the almighty savior, promising to solve inflation, every single international crisis, in his words, and even cure cancer and Alzheimer's. Major Garrett.
What history will remember about this speech, Nora, the first 3 pages, and it is proper and fair and axiomatic in politics that if you survive an assassination attempt, you get to tell the story. You get to tell it your way, and the country will remember it and probably believe it. One other thing I'd like to point out, very early in the speech, former President Trump said, "I'm running to be president of all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America." When he governed, and I was there, The Trump administration was singular in our history, not caring about what half the American public thought about him. He was perfectly content to govern with 42% approval because that was his base. The remainder of tonight's speech was focused on that base. He is still a base-motivated political figure in our country.
Margaret Brennan.
And to that point, there was talk about, has he changed, and would we hear that tonight? The first 3 pages tell you about a change, but then he went into very familiar material from his rallies, repeating and ad-libbing stories that he frequently tells on the campaign trail and repeating some falsehoods, but notably also said the dictators miss him, Nora, that Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un miss him, he said. He made 2 mentions of COVID and the coronavirus epidemic that shut down this country on his watch. 1 mention of the so-called China virus. Talked about, even though we're at record oil and natural gas production in this country, drill, baby, drill. It was a lot of slogans, a lot of promises of returning to business-friendly policies. Interesting, given how much we heard from J.D. Vance's running mate about pro-union, pro-worker policies. We'll have to see where this takes us.
Robert Costa.
Brace yourselves, America. You have a 78-year-old Republican nominee who moved many people here to tears just days after surviving an assassin's bullet. He also instills fear in the minds of many Americans. You have an 81-year-old Democratic nominee and president now watching from Delaware, wondering about his own candidacy. If fellow Democrats will try to take him on, push him out of the race. It's fight, fight, fight. Carry on. That's the Trump message here. And it's the message for the Democrats as well, at least inside President Biden's inner circle. A fluid moment, a politically charged moment, a visceral one in American politics.
Ed O'Keefe is on the floor amidst 100,000 balloons.
Nora, there's energy down here now, but during that speech, there definitely were some folks dozing off. A few lawmakers snuck out early. And we've heard from the Biden campaign saying that no political party at their convention has spoken less about their platform than Republicans did tonight, they say, because they don't have anything to run on. That's the Biden. Oh, my God, it's already up to our waists down here, Nora. Look at this.
All right. Well, good luck, Ed. Thank you very much. John Dickerson, you've covered many of these conventions and Republican acceptance speeches.
Yes, but never one as the sole representative from the East Coast, never one that went into 2 days or that spanned over 2 days. The recent tragedy did not diminish the former president's zeal for a rally speech, which must have been a sweet delight to his adoring fans in the room after that near tragedy. But it was a traditional Trump speech. The free association, the hyperbole, the endless exaggerations about tax cuts, inflation, exaggerations on everything from how ears bleed to energy. And of course, he referred a couple of times to the lie that the 2020 election was stolen. The fact checkers probably should have a GoFundMe for trying to chase down all of the falsehoods. But as Major said, the rendition of his shooting was what was new and quite powerful. And one part of that, first of all, attesting to the behavior of the crowd. I talked to one of the people who was in the front row, and it was absolutely the way she described it, which was she didn't care about getting shot or shooting or whatever. She wanted to make sure he was okay. That spirit, we see it in the room for sure. But finally, I would say this line struck me. When recounting what happened with that shooting, he said, once my clenched fist went up high into the air, the crowd realized I was okay and roared with a pride for our country like no crowd I've ever heard before. That mingling of his body, his success and survival with patriotism and success for the country, that's what this convention has been about. That's what that speech was about, is that he alone can fix it. He is patriotism. And that was the pitch he is making to his crowd.
And you can hear the operatic ending of Donald Trump for the third time in a row accepting the Republican Party nomination. His hold on this party, or his takeover of this party, clear after this convention. as Donald Trump told the nation and his supporters, "I'm not supposed to be here tonight." That's a wrap-up from Milwaukee as this year's Republican National Convention comes to a close. A special thank you to our analysts, contributors, and correspondents. For all of us at CBS News, I'm Norah O'Donnell. Good night.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.